You know, I really don't think I need any other music other than the Lo-Fi Girl YouTube channel. It's incredible. This is the Synthwave Radio playlist that they made, like, nearly a year ago now, July 2023. But when you're feeling a little bit more upbeat, it's perfect. Really, really good. 97. Your presence has reminded me, if you're lurking, don't bother answering, that's okay. You don't have to. But I've been reminded that your trip to the UK must be soon, right? It's just crossed my mind. You're here. You're in the UK now. Well, shit. Hold on. Wait a minute. Oh, no, you're coming next Wednesday. You're here in chat. Right. Understood, understood. Coming next Wednesday. Next Wednesday is the 27th. Right. Gotcha. Okay. Oh, okay, I'm here. Yes. Good. Hi. Hello, Ashelm. Welcome in. How are you today? I got a little doozy of a game for you, Ashelm. Although, I don't know. Have you been here for any of the Forgotten City so far? What I will say. Spoilers ahead. Forgotten City is recommended to be played yourself if you have the ability and interest. It's okay to dip out if you don't want to be spoiled. Fantastic. As soon as I'm going to be played yourself. And pin. Okay, there we are. It's a good little tradition to have one of those up above the chat. I'll be there afternoon 27th till morning 29th. Not a lot of time. Okay. Right. Afternoon 27th till morning 29th. Not a lot of time. Did you have a day where you're still kind of like trying to fill time? Or if it's just like a few hours? I know of some fantastic cafes. Actually, well, I know better hot chocolate cafes than I do coffee cafes, to be honest. But it still counts. A hot chocolate could be wonderful. Just happy if I am getting my license BS figured out. No, I have not. Okay. Alright, so let me give you all a little rundown. Because there's a reason why I had to just do that little pin there. The devs themselves ask if anyone is interested in playing the Forgotten City, and well, if you're a content creator and if any of your audience is, you know, interested in playing it, do recommend they play it themselves. It's not just because, you know, that then they get more sales, but it's similar to the Outer Wilds in that knowledge is everything. One little detail could spoil the whole game for you. And you're piecing together tiny little pieces of a puzzle to make a much larger picture. So they weaponize knowledge in the same way that Outer Wilds does. I adore the way Outer Wilds does it. And the Forgotten City whilst I don't think it has overtaken my love for Outer Wilds, I do still very much enjoy it. And Ash here has set an alarm to make it for the stream. That's how much we know that, that some people are invested this game, you know, if that even made sense English-wise. It's a good game, very interesting. If you do have the ability and or interest to play it yourself, I do recommend it. If you're just here for a good time and want to experience the story, hey, it's a good thing, because, you know, we're streaming it. Perfect, right? Loot Pengu? Pengu, you've changed your name. Hello, Pengu. How are you doing today? Detective Bant, it's me, your favorite feathered femme fatale. Oh. Oh. Perhaps someone is in need of rescuing. Detective Batsy is on the case. I'm so invested. I'm glad you are, Ash. I'm glad you are. The last time we streamed this, and hopefully now, the levels are all better. And I'm sounding a little bit more in line with the audio of the music. Obviously the music's going to be quieter because I'm speaking over it. But yeah, hopefully nothing's really peaking. It doesn't sound too bad at all. I've reversed literally all changes I tried to make when it came to audio in the last week. Just Control-Z'd my way out of it. So yeah, fingers crossed they're better. They seem to be better for the stream that we did on Tuesday with Luxury Pigeon, when we dominated in Spy Party. Thank you for your support if you're there for that. That was a great time. Then maybe I'll dib and try it at a different date. Hey, if it's of interest, go ahead. I won't hold it against you by any means. It is. I know you played the Outer Wilds, so you kind of get what I'm telling you with that style of game. It's a different genre, of course. It's set in ancient Rome, as opposed to space. But if that's your vibe, and you kind of like dig your classical history like I do, you will dig this game, and I do recommend it. Thank you, good. Still on my phone at the minute, but sounds like the usual good audio. Fantastic. Thank you, Ash. I'm here to inquire about your services. I heard you were the mammal of the night to speak to about the murder of my late husband, Luxury Pigeon. I can see the scene unfolding now. The dame in red walked into my office late one night. I was already halfway through a bottle of scotch. Can't even be sure that she was really there until she spoke. She asked me about her late husband, Luxury Pigeon. Said he's taken a long walk off of a short pier. Now she wants me to find him. I'd love that. I'd love a detective game with all of my favorite streamers in it as cameos. That'd be amazing. Hang out sometime soon though, miss our chats and such. Whilst I've got some things I've got to do tomorrow, I am mostly free. I am mostly free tomorrow, Asham. If you wanted to like do some hunt or otherwise just chat. Probably won't stream it myself because I do have work to be doing and I probably shouldn't be streaming when I've got work to be doing, but otherwise, yeah, I'll be free tomorrow. Heard you sass your mods in the Spy Party VOD? How dare you stream into it? Yeah, there was a lot of sass being thrown around in the Spy Party VOD. I'm glad you enjoyed it though. Well, hopefully you enjoyed it. It was a really, really good time. I'm hoping to go back into it and pick up a few clips here and there because playing games with Pidge is always a joy. That was the third occasion now that we've been able to get together and play games. Twice for Spy Party, once for Rocket League. And it's just been a good time. We've been able to riff off of each other really well. So if you aren't already, I think he's streaming right now. Don't leave the chat. Just go over there and follow him. Don't abandon me. Guess whose game just got a trailer, Batsy? Oxy? Oxy? Speaking of game devs. Hi, buddy. You realize you can't just, like, jump in here and say, haha, guess what? You're gonna need to provide the link if it's publicly available. I'm gonna need to see this. And congratulations, Sean. Well done. You should do once a month competition with Pidge. I'll need to find some more games, though, is the thing, because there's no chance I'm going to get him back into Spy Party. No chance. But it would be fun. It would be fun. Maybe we could host our own, like, little tournament or something. There we go. Oh, you sent it to me on Discord. Oh my god, okay. Exclusive, everyone. This will be one of the first times this is being seen. In fact, the trailer's only got 87 views. It was posted 18 minutes ago. This is hot off the presses. A Labatt's exclusive. Brand new game from the creative lead. I always forget your title, your official title. From the creative lead of Only Cans and one of... Fuck, I've forgotten the other title for Dead Island 2. Also worked on Dead Island 2. Oxy Oxspring. Let me pull it up. Hold on. This is Death Sprint 66, the official trailer. Let me pause the music because we don't want that interrupting it. And then this one. Yes? Yes. Here it is. Perfect. All right. Let's check this out together. You know what? I'm just gonna turn the chat off just for a second. Okay. I'm gonna head into work. I'll have you in mute, but I hope you guys have a good stream. Thanks, Pengu. Mwah. Let's see what Death Sprint 66 has in store for us today. Turn it up. Jockeys. There's a lot of walking in this Death Sprint trailer. Oh wait. Wiped off a bit of blood on his shoe. Death Sprint 66. Bachman Media Network. Oh, it's a teaser. It is a teaser. Hold on, let's go back a little bit. This armor, something telling me, kind of reminds me of Halo 3, you know? He's wiping blood off of his shoes. That'll be the death part of it. That looks so good. It's like a hyper-violent running game. What? Live arena feed. Trying to get as much information out of this as I can. All jockeys to the stage. Sorry, what's this? Something about Mars colony citizenship. Tens of thousands of people. That looks so good. That looks so good. I know it's just a teaser at the minute. We're not actually seeing gameplay just yet. Coming 2024. That's this year. That's this year, everyone. Wow. Incredible. All right. Thanks so much, Oxy, for showing us that. I appreciate it. What an exclusive. Of course there's Deep Lore. It is indeed this year. Oh, I can't wait. Can't wait. I don't know that I'm super familiar. Pac-Man... was it Studios? Backman Media, not Backman Studios. Backman Media Network. That's interesting. I guess that's the name of the people that are broadcasting this death sprint. How interesting. Kind of like Sky News, but with more blood. In-game media broadcaster. Very exciting. Very exciting. I can't wait to flub my way through doing a sports announcer type of voice. The Death Sprint 66 upcoming esports tournaments. I can see it coming now. Very, very interesting. Thank you, Oxy. Have a great stream. I appreciate it. Hello, Nightmare. Right, let me just get the Forgotten City going. Oh. Hello, gorgeous yourself. I get the Forgotten City up and running. I did just turn the music back on, but I don't know why I did that. Oh! Ah! It was loud. It's loud. Can't wait to deep dive into Death Sprint. If anyone remembers, the lore for Only Cans was incredibly deep, much deeper than you would expect it to be. I mean, Matt Pat, before his retirement, of course, made a game theory video. No, one or two videos about it. Okay, so again, for anyone that hasn't been here before, and you're not, you know, wanting to experience this with me specifically, this is the Forgotten City. As you can see on the right-hand side of the screen, the devs ask that if someone has any kind of like passing interest and is able to play the game themselves, they do so. And don't watch streamers that will spoil it for everyone. But if you want to hang out with me and experience the game at the same time as I do, then hey, you're in the right place. Let me just reach for my controller. Actually, there was combat last time we played. Should I use a controller still? Yeah, it was fine. It was fine. I kind of liked how clunky it was, trying to aim the bow. I thought that was a good time. Okay, where did we leave off? I think we had just gotten 2 out of the 4 missing plaques to open the temple that was on the hill. So we're doing okay. We smashed out the first 2, and the first 2 we got were not the 2 that I was expecting to get first. As yeah, they were Egyptian and Sumerian. Oh, hello.
Ah, you've returned.
You've stood up.
Good to see you again, friend. Did you find what you need?
I did.
You mean, how did I
don't think there's anything, yeah.
Ha!
No.
I enjoy...
Right. Greek lyre played by a being strummed with a plectrum. Sculpture of an unknown Greek general, his helmet pulled off of his head. Alexander the Great, maybe?
Ah, you've returned.
A Greek plaque which translates to "the many shall suffer for the sins of the one." So I missed all these details last time I was here. Okay, so we have plenty of goals. I kind of feel like doing some of these side quests for now. And then maybe we'll find out a little bit more about these last 2 stolen plaques. Because we have these... Where are they? We have the Egyptian and the Sumerian. Plaque bearing a cuneiform inscription, Nergal, the Fierce One. Plaque bearing a hieroglyphic inscription, Cyrus, Lord of Silence. Okay, so let's remind ourselves where we were. Point of origin is to create a time paradox so that we essentially escape. Somehow, I don't know where this is going to go, but that's our end goal. We don't really need to look into that too much, because that's just going to happen at some point. The Golden Rule. Figure out who is most likely to break the Golden Rule and inform Sentius. We have all of these suspicions on people, though we have never actually ran a whole day through its course, I suppose. We don't know who the last person is to sin that really started it all. So maybe we need to do that. Maybe we need to have like a full cycle of a day. I don't know how long that really takes. In Outer Wilds, it was like 20-something minutes. In this game, it is much longer, if we even get there at all. Although saying that, hold on. Seems everyone in the city is going to die because of one person breaking the Golden Rule. I need to figure out who it is. To that end, Sentius asked me to talk to everyone and help them, if it'll win their trust. He also authorized me to enter their homes and inspect their possessions and documents if necessary. Suspect Galerius revealed himself to be an angry man with a history of crime and extreme violence. He's fine. Galerius is cool. Sentius, you suspect Decius. Decius let Yulia die because he's price gouging for life-saving medicine. Tell Sentius you suspect Virgil. Someone in the city believes Virgil is a sinner. Tell Sentius you suspect Lucretia. Lucretia swore she'd kill Decius if he continued to withhold life-saving medicine. Ridiculous. Tell Sentius you suspect Ulpius, who appeared to know more about Scintilla than he has admitted. Tell Sentius you suspect Sentia. Sentia seems strangely relaxed about the disappearance of her sister, Scintilla. An assassin has entered the city looking to execute Quinctius. We'll get it eventually, chat. Tell Sentius you suspect Domitius has been intimidating voters into voting for Malleolus. Okay. Critias said I might be able to confront and overpower the god of the underworld. First, I need to restore all 4 missing plaques to his obelisk in front of the Great Temple. That's another one of the big things that will just happen, because we need to figure out where the other 2 plaques are first, and we have no idea. So we can't follow that just yet. Behind closed doors, I hear Navia locked in the palace. We do have a bow now. We could try to figure out if we can get in with the bow. I need to get to the upper cistern. Yeah, I don't know. Figure out how to get up cistern. Ask Sentius for the key. Find a creative way into the upper cistern. I don't know what that could be, but apparently Dooley's got the key to the upper cistern. And to get Dooley out of prison so that he gives me his key, we need to get Galerius elected instead of Sentius or Malleolus. So for that, Malleolus needs to stand down, then Gale will run, because Sentius has no competition. And then after that, we have to convince everyone to then switch their votes over to Gale instead of Sentius or Malleolus. That's so much work for a side quest. So much work. Assassin seems like the most likely to me to keep triggering the place. But it's weird that he's even here to begin with. Like, how the fuck did Rome send him? He must have died as well. He must have been on a mission himself to find who caused the fires of Rome from the Emperor, and then died and hasn't realized where he's ended up. So he's continued on with his mission. The Sinner. Virgil has been receiving threatening notes. I'll need to stop this from escalating into violence. This could be interesting. Could be interesting. Figure out how to stop Virgil's harassment. Investigate Domitius, Horatius, and Rufius. Have a look through their homes. We'll descend back into log mode. See y'all. See you later, 97. Thank you for being here. Dora's box. It seems Livia has been behaving strangely after she made an unknown discovery some week ago. Okay, right. Livia discovered that she's in the underworld, so we can speak to her as well. Finishing out, Scintilla, the magistrate's youngest daughter, has disappeared in mysterious circumstances, but how does someone go missing in a city with no exits and no crime? We did find what we believe is Scintilla's body in the lower... I was going to say crypts, that's not right. Where was it? Not sure. Figure out what happened to Scintilla. Ask residents of the villas for clues about Scintilla's disappearance. We've heard Horatius accused Domitius of some involvement in Scintilla's disappearance. Okay. Virtuous man, having Galerius elected magistrate is the only way to free Dooley from his cell. Mentioned that earlier. Decius wants my help obtaining a golden bow. As soon as we do that, we're gonna have a loop restart, so I don't really want to do that. At least not right away. Quitia said I'll need to find a Roman plaque and restore it to the obelisk. Ask Rufius about the Roman plaque. I know Rufius is a Christian. He may know how to get into the secret shrine. Quitia believes one of the cultists may know something about the Roman plaque. Interesting. Figure out a way into the locked shrine. I found the shrine, but it's locked. I'll need the key. Not to find some other way in. I don't remember finding a shrine. Oh, yes, I do. I do. It kind of looks like a jail. The Greek plaque. Quitia said I'll need to find a Greek plaque and restore it to the obelisk. Suggested I should begin by asking Georgius, the city's only Greek resident. Well, not only. Okay, so what should we start with? Maybe start with talking to Livia. Whoa, careful now. Is this one maybe like a short side quest for a little conversation? And we could be like, hey Livia, you're not going mad. It's okay. Forgot about the loading screens between areas. Does like to take its time. Because I suppose it's the first time we're loading into this area today. When we started the game, it only would have loaded this lower area, not the city itself. Nope. So this is Hecate. Big statue of a woman. don't know if she has anything to do with the Greek. But assassin is still dead. Well, we are right here, actually. I know we've got that one tracked there, but we can talk to Georgius. Hey, buddy.
Hello again, my sartorial friend. What is on your mind?
Do you know where I might find a Greek plaque?
And in a city full of Romans you are asking me? Because I am Greek. Let me tell you something about Greeks and Romans. My name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgios and they think, ah, he must mean Georgius. Good Roman name. They do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they copy us but call him Jupiter. They take Hades and call him Pluto, Persephone, Proserpina. I am flattered that they copy our ideas, but why must they change the names? Do they want credit for making it all up? Do they want to forget where it came from? At first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I give up, and I become Georgius the Roman. I accept the world is Romana. Plus, I have no hair left to pull. But my point is this. If you want to know who stole an old Greek name, look no further than the sticky-fingered Romans. The plaque you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics by none other than Dooley.
Dooley.
He cannot help it. Like a typical Roman, he likes shiny things, especially those that once belonged to my people. And besides, it makes him happy. So I say, let him keep it. I believe he still has it with him, in his cell, just opposite the Temple of Demeter.
So Dooley has the key to the upper cistern and the Greek plaque in that little jail cell? Madness.
I hope that our paths cross again soon, my friend.
It makes sense why you need to jump through so many hoops to free him now. If it was just the key for the cistern, I was like, this is a bit much. But now he's got two things that we need.
Hello? Hello? Have we met before?
We have, but you wouldn't remember. About that Greek plaque in your cell.
Do you like it? It's shiny, innit? It makes me happy just looking at it.
May I please have it?
But if I gave it to you, then I wouldn't have it anymore, and I'd be sad.
I need it for something really important, Dooley.
But it's mine, and I really like it. I want to keep it.
Alright, what's it going to take for you to give it to me?
Well, if you get me out of here, then I wouldn't need it anymore because I'd already be happy. Then you could have it, and you'd be happy too.
There's no way Sentius will release you, but perhaps if we had a new magistrate.
Like Galerius? He's nice. I like Galerius. He made me a doll and everything.
Oh, I think I know where you live, Dooley. Oh, bless you. All I need to do is persuade everyone to vote for Galerius. Perhaps Malleolus will set you free if he wins.
I don't think he likes me.
No. So all I need to do is persuade everyone to vote for Galerius.
Yeah, Galerius will let me out. Then you can have my plaque and everyone will be happy.
I think we're actually pretty
Bye-bye.
well on our way to doing this. Okay. If I speak to Livia first. Thank you, Proserpina. So, I wonder what's up there. I'd love to know. I really would. How do I become lighter? Great. Stone grate with holes in it. Perhaps there's another layer of the city under the forum. That's a nice little hint that they give you there. It's not... Where do I go? Oh, this way. Oh, Livia. Where art thou, Livia? This game is great.
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come.
I figured it out. I know where we are.
Say it. Speak its name.
The underworld.
Then it is true. I was right.
You are.
I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I kept thinking I must have gone insane. I had to tell myself it was true over and over again, until I wasn't sure if I was deceiving myself. I must apologize if my words seemed cryptic. I'd found comfort in reciting the Metamorphoses by our great poet Ovid. He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself came here. Would you like to hear it?
Yes.
I will do my best to remember the relevant verse. There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by that way, the shadows of the newly dead descend, entombed with full rites, and the ghosts of those, at last, given proper burial. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where Black Dis has his cruel palace. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls, and is never too small for any populace, nor notices the crowds that come. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, and still others incur punishment. I hope I have done it justice, and now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden from my shoulders. Thank you, friend. I think I should rest.
It's a bit strange that you didn't face me at all during any of that. You don't? Oh, it's done. It's finished.
Friend, you have given me hope.
But you do seem to
May
be
you
acting a bit
follow
more
in the
normal.
footsteps of Hercules and return to the light of day.
Gosh, I hadn't even considered us actually getting out of here.
Fortune smile on your
I
sister.
love your clothes. So exotic.
Gracious, talk to me.
What now?
Are you the one threatening Virgil?
What?
I don't think you are.
Absolutely not. I know someone's been threatening him, and I'm not happy about it. But I can assure you, it isn't me.
Any leads? No. Okay. Forgot about this city, as you would, Sleepless. It's a very forgettable city. Welcome in, how are you doing? I hope you're having a wonderful evening. We're nearly at the weekend. You've nearly made it. Who are you going to vote
Not
for?
that it's any of your business. But
Okay. What do you think about the Golden Rule?
well, by threatening, because you, it's
He's fine with it. Okay.
if you.
What's your
I'm a
story?
legionary of.
Yeah. Alright, fair enough. Nothing new.
All right.
I love your
citizen.
clothes.
Rufius.
So exotic.
You again.
Any idea where I'd find a Roman plaque?
No idea what you're talking about.
Come on. I helped treat your rheumatism.
What? That was Galerius, not you.
Where do you think he got the willow bark?
Oh, he got that from you? I guess you did help me then. Huh. I think I have seen that plaque. Sorry I lied. Can't be too careful these days. Head into the caves behind the theater. Turn right, then right again. Oh, and here. You'll need this key.
Thank you, Rufius.
You didn't get that from me.
Got it, thanks.
See you around.
Interesting. Absolutely exhausted? You've got this, bud.
Salve again, my Sisyphean friend. Now, what's on your mind?
Hilarious. Maybe you should run for magistrate.
I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. God knows Sentius is never going to do it. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. Nobody's going to take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Dooley from his cell. That's good enough for me.
Malleolus withdrew from the election.
He did? Oh, that was unexpected. I wonder what could have possessed him to do that. Well, I guess it's time for me to step up then. I'll let Equitia know I'll be running.
Wonderful. We're going.
All right, friend. Hope you find a way to break that cycle you're in.
I think we're well on our way to breaking the cycle. Rufius,
Ah, you again.
vote for Gale.
Galerius. Sorted out my rheumatism. For the first time in a long time, I'm not in constant pain. Good man.
Good job, Rufius.
Fine.
Okay, I'll be going now.
See you.
What
You're
now?
still going to vote for him, probably, right?
Not that it's any of your business.
Always will be. Yeah,
All right?
understood. You don't get to vote.
Don't
Not my
you just love
rules.
springtime?
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside.
Decius, who are you voting for?
Ah, back again, I see. Sentius, I suppose. Stability's always good for business.
I'd like you to vote for Galerius.
Yeah? And what's he gonna do for me? He's nothing.
Would a gift change your mind?
Certainly. For a few thousand denarii.
Fuck's sake, man. I don't have that kind of money.
Well, that's a shame. Come back if you change your mind.
Wait a minute, are you
Sentius,
even
I
sure?
Yeah.
Vote for Galerius. What a gift.
Nothing illegal about it.
Ah,
Well, that's a shame.
ah,
Very well.
1,000 denarii? You kidding me, Decius?
Citizen.
Inflation has gotten insane. Okay. There's nothing really in here, is there? I've looked through this guy's belongings so many times. Yeah, that's everyone there that we wanted to talk to. Who lives here? Virgil. Ah. Path of Exile League got its full announcement. Oh. Fun, fun, fun. A lot of bottles of fish sauce. Old Horatius is a real big fan of fish. Can't seem to find anything. Okay, well. Visiting parents for the weekend. Oh, that would be nice. I haven't visited my parents for a while. Not loving prospect of that? Ah, well, hey. Get the time in whilst they're still around, I suppose. Investigate Domitius, Horatius, and Rufius. Domitius, Horatius, and Rufius. This was Domitius's chest. Where does Rufius live? Does he live upstairs somewhere? In fact, I don't know that I've ever been in here. What's this? Note from Kabash. Carving of a lion? Looks Egyptian. So this is Kabash's room. A dream diary from Kabash, in which he describes his recurring dreams about a stranger named Curti. Oh yes. I have been in here. Told Lucretia about the dreams I'd been having, and she said she might help her divine their meaning if I wrote them down. Happened again last night. The man by the river was there, as always, his face shrouded in shadow on that peculiar ram headdress. Once again he introduced himself as Curti, and told me he dragged me from the river. He seemed to smirk as he said his name, as if it meant something I could not understand. Indeed, the name rings a bell, but I cannot for the life of me remember where I heard it. I do not think I will sleep soundly again until I know who is Curti. It's Charon, the boatman. We have some Egyptian vases. Oh, surely no one is staying in this room. What about this one? Rufius's chest. Incomplete note. This is your final warning, sinner. It's Rufius. Is it well, I guess Christians in this time were quite homophobic, right? That's a penis. A phallic charm thought by the Romans to have divine protective properties. Of course they did. Have any love or patience for those people? I sympathize, Lupus. I do. In that case, hopefully your visit is swift and uneventful. Not everyone can be blessed with pleasant parents. That's a shame. Oh. The bloodless shadows imitate their previous lives, for they do not know.
That lamp. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Light!
Some lamp.
Did you steal it from the gods?
You again.
Are you the one threatening Virgil?
No idea what you're talking about?
Found an incomplete letter to him in your quarters.
Look, I haven't been at my best lately. I know that. It's the rheumatism. It starts with constant pain in all your joints. Then the pain starts to mess with your head. Makes you angry, mean. I know that's not an excuse for how I acted. But it's the truth. But with the willow bark, I'm already starting to feel like myself again.
Okay. All
I'll
right.
leave him alone from now on. It's not as if I was ever going to hurt him anyway. I was just lashing out.
That's good to hear,
I'm
Rufius.
going to go and clean up the graffiti. Just forget this ever happened. Will you?
Oh shit.
Time to go to the
starting.
theater.
We've reached the end of the day. Oh, it's happening, everyone. This is the first time we get to see this. It's okay, Sleeveless. I understand. It's time. The election's on. Oh, and this is where we'll use the forum, right? For the first time? Officially? Gorgeous. They changed his name. No longer Malleolus to me. I wonder what's going to happen, because now we've got Malleolus to stand out of the election. His plan to execute the old magistrate, what's his name?
Citizens, we have a
Will no longer
body
happen.
of voters gathered here to elect the
1,
city's
2, 3,
magistrate.
4, 5, 6.
The candidates are Sextus
6 men?
Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Helva. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Sendius!
Dacius.
Sentius.
Okay.
Virgil.
Sentius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
We lost the vote.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Sextus Sentius Imperiosus.
My fellow citizens, you've placed your trust in me once again, and you won't regret it. I vow that each day henceforth will be just like this one, and I will deliver.
You, the new arrival, whatever your name is, you're responsible for this, aren't you? Nobody likes Caput Murday foreigners interfering in an election.
Shut up and let the magistrate speak.
Malleolus is gonna be magistrate by the end of the day.
You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed.
Just stay out of our way, and we won't have a problem.
Wait, I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me. Domitius, ignore her. Proceed.
This is insanity. You'll doom us all.
Lies! It is time the Golden Rule was exposed for what it is. A children's fable, exploited by a treacherous leader to instill fear in all of us.
The Golden Rule is real, you idiot.
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken. I'm gonna enjoy killing you, old man.
Death arrives.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Not come at all, or else must come and pass away.
Well. Just gotta take this cash.
Everybody run!
And now I'm gonna get out of here. Oh, I died. Okay. I got greedy. I wanted the cash in the room that I forgot to take earlier. Huh. Okay, so that's how it ends. Of course, that's like an adaptive or adapted ending because Malleolus doesn't win the election. Which, without my intervention, he would do. It's not expecting him to try to take over anyway. He's stupid. Stupid thing to do. But I suppose if you're... Oh, Livia. Wait, where are we? Okay. I think the only thing I didn't do... Yes. We did not confront Rufius, but everything else I don't think really mattered. We had a look around these rooms, and some of the other rooms. We talked to some of these guys. Did we talk to you?
You...
After? Oh yes, you're going to give me a key as well. I helped treat your rheumatism. Willowbark. He.
You didn't get...
Salve.
Got it. Stop threatening Virgil. Found a letter. No problem. Okay, so we actually need... Who can I convince? Quickly. Need to be able to convince someone quickly. How do I get out of here? This way. I need to talk to either Virgil or... What's his face? Georgius.
That lamp! Never have I seen it. Hello again, my Sartor.
Who are you going to vote for?
Sendius, I suppose. I wouldn't say I hold him in the highest esteem, but he has managed to keep order so far.
What are you going to do to change
Nothing comes to my mind, my friend. I hope that our paths cross.
Okay, Virgil. Virgil. Where are you, bud? Virgil? This way. He's so far away. Will I get to him in time? Because if I tell him that Rufius is going to stop messing with him, we may be able to switch the vote over to a tie at least. And then if it's a tie, then maybe the priestess will vote, and she'll vote for Gale. Don't worry about the threats, it's just Rufius, and he's never going to hurt you.
What demon or spirit told you about that?
I found an incomplete note in his house.
You went snooping in his place? That was risky. We're lucky you didn't cross any lines. Have you spoken to him about it?
Yes, and he won't be bothering you anymore.
Really? How did you manage that?
Found a treatment for his rheumatism, which was making him agitated and compounding some other personal issues.
Poor fellow. I've heard that can really mess with a person's head. Well done for figuring that out.
How was to help? I think he wants to help clean up his graffiti too.
Really? That's promising. I'll keep an eye out for him.
Who are you going to vote for?
Well, Cynthius seems to know what he's doing. Nobody's broken the golden rule under his watch so far.
What can I do to change that?
My vote isn't for sale, if that's what you're asking.
Bro.
Nice to talk to you.
I've just helped save your life, in a sense, you could say. At least vote for Gale, he's a good dude. Persuade Galerius to run for magistrate. I suppose if we release Dooley, Dooley will vote for Gale. That's another... No, because we need Gale as magistrate to release Dooley. Shit. Oh! We never actually persuaded Galerius to run. Maybe that's why we can't convince them. Fuck. Oh no. It's up this way.
His brightness was like the light.
Gale, you're in here all alone now, pretty much. You should run. He withdrew. I'll be going. Alright, see ya. Okay, Orpheus is already going to vote for him, that's fine. And then we go down here. Virgil, hopefully you've not moved away. Have you? haven't. You're just doing push-ups in the yard. Virgil, talk to me.
Welcome.
Who are you going to vote
Well,
for?
My...
No, I still can't convince you. Really? Huh. How do I convince Virgil or Georgius to vote the other way? Right into the palace. I have to get into the other cistern. Where are what happened to Scintilla? And who else was there? You had the guy that is the bodyguard of Sentius. He's never going to vote for Gale. You've got Virgil and Georgius, who are my two main leads as to actually being able to get them to switch. You've got Ulpius, who has switched. You've got Rufius, who has switched. And you have... who's the last one? Oh yeah, the guy that wants like a shit ton of money. If I get enough cash, I'm only 300 off. Maybe if I get enough cash, I can actually convince him to vote the other way. But if... this again. Although there is treasure down here. I don't know that I'm going to be able to do it, to be honest. Where else is there money that I can take without it being stealing? There's none here, I don't think. Nothing in there. Well, this is not the way that I wanted to go. There's a little chest there, though. Yes, lovely. You steal the boat? Oh, sorry, swap the boat. No. No, we've not pursued that yet. We're about to have the end of the day, lady, which we've just seen it sort of play out.
Was like the light.
But unfortunately, we died before doing the entire loop, so the day is sort of playing it over again, somewhat. Rufius was the one that wrote graffiti on our good boy Virgil's wall. So now he's getting rid of it.
Ah, you again.
You're going to be voting for Gale. Yeah.
Fine.
So I'm just trying to figure out how to convince one more person to vote for Gale. Because then it will be a tie. And one person that I know I can convince is I can bribe the bad dude.
Citizen.
I've forgotten his name. The one who's like a shady, like, dealer or something. I don't know. Okay, that should be enough money. But he wants 3,000 denarii to change his vote, which it's not even guaranteeing Galerius the win. It's only guaranteeing the tie. Which is nothing. It's not bribe, it's lobby. Yeah. I guess you're right in a way.
I'm guessing that Promethean fire's not for sale.
No, it's not.
Oh.
Yeah, you're gonna vote for?
Sentius.
I'd like you to vote for Galerius.
Yeah? And what's he...
Would a gift?
Certainly.
It's so much money. At the very least, what I can try to do, if I save the game and it happens again, and because it's a tie break, it doesn't go to Gale, I'll go to the magistrate's house. I'll sprint there and steal his money.
Pleasure doing business. Can I help you with anything else?
Okay.
It's terrible for inflation is what it is. Very well.
Okay, the vote should probably be soon. So now, by my calculations, that's 3 for 3. Oh. Yeah, I think this is Dooley's house, right? No, it's not. Dooley's house is actually back the way we came. We did also get the key, because Rufius, turns out he's a Christian. So we got the key to the little, like, Christian shrine, which is somewhere. And we also talked to Livia and told her that she's not going mental. She's not going insane. She is actually in the underworld, but no one believed her. And now I'm like, I believe you, Livia. And she's like, oh, thank God. Which is quite nice, actually. She really seemed to come back to her senses after that. Huh. This isn't like a little stairway that I can jump up, is it? No. Did you actually try, did you try the clothes guy now that you actually convinced Gale? I did, yeah. I went back to him after I told Gale to put himself in, and he said, no. And I'm like, why? Doesn't want any of it. Okay, where are we now? This way? Here it is. Okay. So this doesn't have anything to do necessarily with the vote. But this is a locked shrine. We now have the Roman plaque. Plaque bearing a Latin inscription, Pluto, father of riches. Yoink. Wooden carving with a symbol of a fish carved into it. Looks like it might be religious in nature. So the Christians removed the Roman plaque. The Romans removed the Greek plaque. The Greeks removed the Egyptian plaque. The Egyptians removed the Sumerian plaque. Madness. Can't we all just get along? Oh, it's time. I need to figure out if there's anything else to do here or not. Stone carving with the symbol of a fish carved into it. Looks like it might be religious in nature. Yeah. Those Christians and their fish. And bread. Oh, maybe the baker is a Christian. She gives out free bread to everyone, doesn't she? Eat a secret shrine. Wait a minute. How could you get in here? Oh. What? Oh. You know what? I've just had a thought. I did just parkour my way up here. But I've had a thought that maybe these creeper vines have something to do with picking a different background that isn't the archaeologist. Because I think there was one that was like, you're a criminal, you're nimble and athletic. So maybe that's what the creeper vines are all about. But I don't think this really goes anywhere. I think this is actually just... Shit. Come on now. Yeah. This is where it drops us. Okay, that's fine. Hello, puncher of kittens. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. I need to get to this vote before it happens without me. Which way do we go? This way? Oh, the vote's happening. Oh.
Cynthius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Okay, hold on. Save game. New save.
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens, you have made your decision. But it seems we have a draw. In the absence of a clear consensus, Sentius shall continue as acting magistrate until a new election is held, 1 month from today.
My fellow citizens, today you have sent me a message, and I want you to know I have heard it loud and clear. I vow to spend the next month...
I'm getting out of it. I need to steal money. Okay. Sorry you don't get to see that little bit, lady, but I need to get into the house and nick 2.5 grand's worth of coin. Because I just lost 3 on a useless bribe. So essentially what happens there is that Sentius remains magistrate, and then Malleolus comes in with his
out
ruffian.
Before I have Domitius throw you out.
Domitius, thank you, Claudia. And then tries to kill Sentius anyway, which triggers the golden rule. So I'm just going to need to steal this in a few seconds.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
It's so loud. It's so obnoxiously loud. Anything else I can steal? Steal. Look at this guy. He means he's terrified. I should try talking to him later. He's ready for a fight, though. Can I steal anything from this? Oh. I probably shouldn't. I should probably get out of here. I recovered most of my money. Can't believe I got away with that. Nothing else in here. Don't you kill me. I just made so much money. Ooh. We did it. We actually came out of that with more money than we started with. I think there was like 4,000 in that chest. Good. Which will set us up for actually having enough money to bribe and save Ulpius's life. But maybe we don't bother with either of those things just yet. What we should do is do everything but save Ulpius. Bless him. He's a good dude. But I don't want to spend 2,000 on a day that we're not going to get the vote going. Because there's got to be another way for us to try to convince either Virgil or Georgius to vote. And I haven't figured it out yet. So we're going to need to figure that out. And who knows if I need to commit a sin in the meantime. So, yeah, that's where we're at. Hey, bud.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and what you're doing with that bow on your back?
Oh. I need you to take care of some things.
Sounds serious. I'm listening.
That is one thing I forgot to do, is I forgot to, Oh. Oh, this is interesting. These are 2 options that we didn't give Gale previously. So Rufius has been threatening Virgil, but if you give him some of this willow bark, he'll treat his rheumatism and he'll settle down. That could then make Virgil want to vote for Galerius. Because then in Virgil's eyes, Gale is the one that has solved the Rufius issue, not me. And then also dealing with the barbier and assassin issue will help me. Okay.
Poor Virgil. Poor Rufius too, I guess. Alright, got it.
Maybe that was the missing piece of the puzzle. They need to stop Fabio entering the empty shrine until the new arrival will
Alright, let
find
me
what
see.
he's looking for in there.
Stop Fabio going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Understood.
Yulia is dying, but Lucretia can't help without this Sylphium. Take some of it and go there quickly.
Yulia? Oh no. Alright, I can do that.
Tell Malleolus you know his real name is... Okay, wow. Fucking hell, we can tell him to do everything. Is Quinctius, thanks to Claudia, and that Nero sends his regards. Then tell him to withdraw from the election and release his debt bondsman.
What? Are you... You're serious, aren't you? I doubt Domitius will let me talk to him, but I'll make sure he passes on the message.
Okay, so that way, if we use the blackmail against Quinctius, then we don't actually need to spend the 2k to free his bondsman anyway.
I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
Bye, Gale. Yeah, it's really nice. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense that... Oh, look at him fucking go. Holy shit, Gale. Doesn't really make any sense why Gale would do all of this on the whims of someone that he just met. Whole game is just giving Gale all the rep. I'm fine with it, to be honest. He deserves it. We did manage to get the Roman plaque, so there's one more, which Dooley has. Dooley has the Greek one. Okay. Alright, so maybe then, if we get the golden bow from the Shrine of Diana, it might cause us to start a loop. But that's fine, because then we'll have the golden bow, and then we can talk to the asshole again, and be like, hey, here's your golden bow. And then he'll vote for Gale, and that's not going to cost us a ton of money. We should probably push Domitius of some involvement in Scintilla's disappearance. Yeah. It's 15C outside in late March. It's strangely warm for the past weekish. Hopefully that's not
Sisyphus. Attack or pursue the stone.
Forecast of how the year is going to be. Surprisingly hot throughout. Show no threat. Find what you look for in the avenue. Same building on your left. I got the road. Oh, you can actually follow him as he does everything. Let you live for now, but you best make sure our paths don't cross again. Come on, Gale.
Lucretia, no time to explain. I'm supposed to give you this Sylphium resin for Yulia.
What? Quick, give it here. I'm just going to help her swallow this. I think she's going to be all right. Galerius, you're amazing. How did you know?
I was just doing what the new lady told me.
I don't understand. How did... Never mind. Thank you so much for acting as quickly as you did. Another moment.
Fucking hell.
Can't stay. Places to be.
That was really loud.
You there? In fact,
yeah, funny
you've given me an idea for a scheme that will make us both very, very wealthy. First, I'll open the Shrine of Diana for you. Then, you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, but make no mistake, this is a dangerous part. But in my experience, all the best adventures begin with a risky first step.
Yes, we know Decius.
You may...
I don't have any questions.
So, are you...
I'll do it, but don't ever call me partner.
Now, I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so as quick as you can, head on inside. It's just at the end of the street on the left.
Oh, that's unlocked again.
Thank you, Galerius. You're a good man. And I'll be sure to leave Virgil alone. I know I haven't been at my best lately.
Appreciate that. Now, I've got to run.
We're coming back for you.
What now?
I have a message from Malleolus.
Yeah? Who's it from?
The Emperor. He knows Malleolus's real name is Quinctius, thanks to Claudia, and demands he withdraw from the election and release Ulpius and Iulia immediately.
Are you out of your mind, farm boy?
Domitius, that's enough.
What? You're not going to listen to this dolt, are you?
Galerius, all right, I'll withdraw, and Ulpius and Julia are free. I trust our business is concluded?
Yes. That ought to do it. I guess I'll go and tell Ulpius the good news then.
Which way are you going? Oh, he's going to go the long way around.
Citizen.
We may be able to get the vote going this time.
Good news, Ulpius. Malleolus has agreed to release you and Iulia from your debts.
What? Are you messing with me?
I wouldn't do that. You're both free.
We're free. We're free. Thank you. It seems fortune smiles on us after all. I'd better go and pay a visit to Iulia immediately.
Wait, where are you going now? Haven't you done everything?
Citizen.
Dead stop. That's it.
Iulia! I'm so glad you didn't go through with it.
It wasn't for lack of trying.
He's busy. Talk to him later.
Now Malleolus is going to... Wait. Why do you look so happy?
We're free.
Ah, a new face. Sal, I hear we have you to thank for saving Julia's life. I'm glad you arrived when you did.
Who are you going to vote for? Oh, just kind of kick me out. That's fine. We'll do that later.
And we'll celebrate properly when you're ready.
I will.
Why can't we talk to Gale?
Thank you, Ulpius. I will.
Gale? I think he's gotten confused, bless him.
Are you listening?
Yes, sir.
I've made a decision to withdraw from the election. I want you to go and inform Equitia.
Sir? Are you under duress, sir?
I've just had a change of heart.
But you were on track to be magistrate, sir. All that work, all that money, wasted.
Those are my orders. Carry them out.
As you wish, sir.
Okay, so that will summon Equita down here. Equita?
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Okay.
Oh, well, that's surprising. But thank you for telling me. I'll let everyone know.
It's so funny just watching everyone run after each other to get to the next place.
Citizens, I have an announcement. Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election. Unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default.
Actually, I'd like to nominate myself, if that's all right.
Good on you, Gale.
Of course, Galerius. That's your right. Citizens, the election will proceed.
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked.
Equitia,
How is
please.
it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them?
Just a lucky guess. You'd never believe me if I told you.
Oh, come on. I just did as you asked. The least you can do is level with me. I'll keep it between us. I promise.
Yes, but between us is your would-be wife. So, I'm reliving the same day.
You're toying with me, right?
Yeah, yeah. Sisyphus. Yep.
Sisyphus? He was forcing... Tantal... Oh.
Go on.
Anyway, so... Oh, and...
I'm running for magistrate, feeling kind of nervous, but I'm hoping it will be worth it when I order Dooley's release. I just hope I'll have all the votes I need. I have a feeling you'll do great.
Oh, that's kind of you to say. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway, right? Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted. May fortune smile on you, friend.
I wonder. Hello?
A new face.
Yes, yes. Ask a question about escaping the underworld.
I beg your pardon?
Olivia was right. We're in the underworld.
Oh my. That is quite a lot to take
What a
in.
bomb to drop.
You'll have to give me a moment. Let's see. If that is indeed the case, I suppose we'd better figure out what to do about it, hadn't we? We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, a Thracian poet. Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra. And Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength.
Yeah.
Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So
Interesting.
It seems you have
I
2
wonder.
options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide.
I wonder. Here's a theory. Equitia mentions 4 heroes that are able to escape the underworld, right? One of which takes on the god of the dead and wins. The other 2 get help from Proserpina or Persephone to escape. And then the last one finds a secret exit. Do we believe that all 3 of those options for finishing this game are possible, but they are tied to what class you choose at the beginning of the game, of which there are also 4? 4 heroes, 4 classes. The one that springs to mind as a possible one for Hercules would be the soldier background, where you start with a gun. But also, if you take the background that I now have a running theory for that allows you to climb vines, and you're a bit more nimble, maybe you find a secret exit all of your own. That would be interesting.
May Fortuna guide you.
Since you're the archaeologist, you gotta do wits, I guess. That would be my assumption, yeah. I wouldn't expect the game to kind of lock endings behind your class, but... Shit. I forgot about this. Oop. Extinguish the braziers. How did I do that? Why are there so many bees? Statue of Diana, the ancient Roman goddess of the hunt. Moon. Okay, I guess I gotta get up here somehow. How do I get up here? Or do I just jump on this guy? Oh my god, I do. I jump on the golden man. Got it. I have the golden bow.
Is that you, partner? Do you have the bow?
Why did you lock me in?
Wonderful. Just go ahead and slide it under the door for me and I'll unlock it for you.
You locked me in here.
A little bit slow, aren't you? Yes, I locked you in, and until you give me my bow, you're gonna stay in there, like Tantalus in Tartarus.
How is this not against the golden rule? You said you'd split the riches between the two of us.
No, technically, I never said that. I said, if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, infinite wealth is still infinite. It's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference between a hypothetical and a promise, now is it? Oh, I do love a good loophole.
You're a dick. How can I trust you after you've double-crossed me like this?
You're just gonna have to take your chances, I'm afraid. The bow, now. And don't even think about giving me the fake one. I'll recognise my own handiwork.
Even if I gave it to you, you'd probably just leave me in here, forget it.
I would reconsider my position quickly if I were you. I'm not sure if you noticed, but you're stuck in there with a hornet's nest, and they can be rather aggressive toward intruders. You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man, but I always wondered how anyone could have known that. Let's find out how many it takes to kill a woman, shall we?
Okay. Escape the temple. How do we escape the temple? Join, how many times have you looped? This is the third time I'm streaming, McManus. So, several. Yes, I can shoot the nest, but that's not going to help me. Surely. Lovely to have you here, though. I am greatly enjoying this game, and I assume you did as well. Roman man on his knees, as if uttering a desperate prayer, clearly. Fell on deaf ears. Yes, I can use the bow against the nest, I understand. But he turned it to gold. Right, the golden bow. Naturally. Turns things to gold, of course it does. So we can just use regular arrows. I was under the impression we needed golden arrows as well, but perhaps I was incorrect. Where does this take us now? Hello.
Tales of our endeavors proliferate.
Oh, we have received a raid. Hello, Jono. Welcome to the Forgotten City. Hope you're having a wonderful time. Ash, I don't know if you're there, but can we get a shout out for old Jono, please? Welcome in, everyone. If you don't know who I am, I'm Batsy. And we're playing games on the internet. I know. Shocking. Oh, Oh. The golden butterflies had nothing to do with our class. It had everything to do with the golden bow. The hints that were like, if only I was light enough to pull myself up these vines, or if only these vines were strong enough to hold my weight, had nothing to do with how nimble and lithe we were. Had everything to do with turning the vines to gold, making them more solid to climb. This has changed everything. Ah. There we go. Eat the algae turns you into a mermaid. I guess Ash has disappeared for now. Let me give you a shout out, Jono. If you or anybody else, by the way, that just came in on the raid, needs to go have a little break, please do so. Get yourself some water. Have some food.
A wise decision.
My beloved Galatea, I write this so that one day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done
A
and why
prudent
I
choice.
had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you. I'll start at the my beloved Galatea.
Oh.
I write my beloved Galatea. I write this so that one day.
Let's stop that narration so that I can actually speak for myself. Thank you for the follows, McManus93 and Yelsork. It's wonderful to have you here. This, by the way, I should say, there is a pinned comment above chat that I've written out, saying spoilers ahead for the Forgotten City. This is a game that the developers specifically ask content creators to warn their audiences before watching. Because if you see anything about this game and you intend to play it yourself, you are inherently spoiling yourself. Which sounds obvious, but really, any knowledge about this game kind of takes away from the experience of actually playing it yourself. So if this game seems interesting to you, or if you've heard of it, or if it's in your Steam library or wherever, and you've always had the intention of playing it, feel free to walk away now, go to bed, you know, switch over to another Twitch channel. That's fine, I don't mind. Because then that gets more attention to the game itself, and you get to experience it as I am now. If that's not possible for you, or you don't fancy playing it yourself, you're more than welcome to say, of course. But it's just worth mentioning. Especially seeing as the devs specifically ask for it as well. Gotta respect them. I'll start at the beginning. Soon after my arrival here, as I walked down a corridor lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me. A rasp of air, as if vocal cords of metal strained to say a word or two. I tried to dismiss the idea, tried to concentrate on my work as the city's medic, but that tortured whisper haunted me. Weeks later, in the hallway to the bathhouse, I heard it again and found myself drawn to the statue of a Roman woman wearing a stola. Her face was contorted with anguish and fear, and disturbingly, it was as if she was looking right at me. As I walked past her, I heard that strained whisper again, and turning back, I discovered that, even though I had moved, she was still looking right into my soul. That was when it dawned on me. This was no statue. This was a woman, trapped within the golden prison. Naturally, I told the others, but when I could not reproduce the results of my experiment, they would not believe me. From that moment on, I knew the full horror of this place. Immobilized within these statues are living human beings. It was that day, my love, that my heart broke. This is Navia's journal.
My beloved Galatea.
Galatea.
I write this
Who is
so that one
Galatea?
day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it.
I don't know if we know
The
a
others will
guardian.
call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you.
Oh.
I'll start
Whoa.
at the beginning. Soon after my arrival here, as I walked down a corridor lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me. A rasp of air, as if vocal
I know where
cords
this
of
is.
metal strained to say a word or two. I tried to dismiss the idea, tried to concentrate on my work as the city's medic, but that tortured whisper haunted me. Weeks later, in the hallway to the bathhouse, I heard it again and found myself drawn to the statue of a Roman woman wearing a stola. Her face was contorted with anguish and fear, and, disturbingly, it was as if she was looking right at me. As I walked past her, I heard that strained whisper again, and turning back, I discovered that even though I had moved, she was still looking right into my soul. That was when it dawned on me. This was no statue. This was a woman trapped within that golden prison. Naturally, I told the others, but when I could not reproduce the results of my experiment, they would not believe me. But from that moment on, I knew the full horror of this place. Immobilized within these statues are living human beings. It was that day, my love, that my heart broke.
Yeah. The voiceover that I accidentally triggered again has ended. Where have we ascended into? The devil are we? Loading once again. This bow has opened up quite a lot to us. Huh. I mean, it's certainly Roman by design, right? Find a way into the palace. Oh, we're in the palace. Makes sense because it was the lady that wrote the note that locked herself in the palace. Right? Although I suppose there was no indication that we would be led into the palace. So she's blocked all of the doors. To try to keep herself safe? I'm not sure. Why would she do this? Oh, is she dead? What has happened to you? She thanked us. I don't understand. How long has she been missing for? If that was her. Yeah, this looks like the entrance that she blocked up. Just kept herself in here because she'd gone mad. More golden statues. Oh no, there's loads of them. That wasn't necessarily her. Got him. Why are these statues peeled? I don't understand. Also, I hate that description. Peeled golden statue. I guess, then, these are... And it sounds obvious. These aren't like the people that we've met on the surface. So these wouldn't be... Oh shit, what was her name? What was her name? Who are we looking for in here? Anyway, it's not her. These are the people that died in previous loops. And they've kind of like starved. Maybe the golden flakes have kind of like fallen off them. Unsure. Then why would they thank us for turning them back into gold? Small household shrine where ancient Romans offered daily prayers. Out of my way, man. Get out of here. This is beautiful.
You're not supposed to be here.
Navia, that was your name. Okay. Why does she sound so threatening? Oh, there's no water in here. That'd be why. Being turned back into gold is less painful than being peeled, I suppose. Oh god, look at this guy. He hasn't actually transformed all the way. Horrifying. If you think of the gold as their skin, then yeah, it'd hurt like a bitch. Sure would. Sure would. Don't like that. Oh. If it was going to stand back up, that would have been amazing. Okay, hold on. Let me just look around a little bit. This is going to be blocked, right? Yes. So why did Navia say you're not supposed to be here? What's going on with her? Yes, Whispers, I know. Thank you. Allow me to enjoy the scenery, please. This man is T-posing. You either shoot them with real arrow and kill them, or shoot them with a golden arrow, yes. Although it doesn't appear that we can fire regular arrows anymore. We only have access to the golden bow, not the regular bow. Love that. I feel so powerful now. You can't get past them. They raise their arm. Headshot. Double kill. Triple kill. Killtacular. Out of my way, boys. Who is this? Money. You need so many arrows to get out of here. Guess you should make sure you're not standing in the algae when you shoot it. Great point, Miller. You've arrived at a good time. I am now that you are here, remembering. You told me to tell you when I was playing the game, and I never did. Whoops. Well, that's on me. This is our third stream. I'm enjoying it immensely. Love the kick. Coin pouch. More arrows. These guys. I am now actually tempted to distract them. Oh, I see. I'm tempted to put myself in the algae with them. I shan't, though. Yeah. We have no respect for the dead here. At least, not the peeled statues dead. Creepy. Hide, Navia. Show yourself. Starting to feel like a Legend of Zelda dungeon. You know what? I'm not going to turn that to gold yet. Key to palace doors. Ooh. Oops.
My beloved Galatea, after I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if in a nightmare. What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? Trapped in their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment, too horrific for any sane mind to comprehend. I tried to offer them what small mercies I could. I began to talk to them, to keep them company. I'd imagine backstories for them, give them names, and tell them of the world, of the histories and stories I'd learned as a child. As the others became more concerned by my charity, I sought solitude from them, preferring the company of my tormented charges. Discovering a way into the abandoned palace, I began to spend my days walking its halls and sharing with its occupants ancient tales, my mind turning to those of Apollo and Daphne, Perseus and Medusa, and Pygmalion and Galatea. Pygmalion, the sculptor who fell in love with a beautiful statue, and who, praying to Aphrodite for aid, discovered that his beloved Galatea had come to life.
Oh.
It was then that I heard you whisper to me, Galatea. Forgive me. I know that is not your real name, just one I have borrowed from a story. But when I turned to look at you, I saw the most exquisitely beautiful woman I have ever known. Your face, forever frozen in a look of haunting sadness. Our meeting gave me new purpose, to free you from your golden prison, so that I might one day hear you speak, not just whisper your true name to me. So I gathered tools for the long and difficult task ahead, barred the doors to this place, and set to work.
Navia. Navia is insane. Galatea. She fell in love with a statue and then started peeling the gold from all of these statue friends that she had made. That's a long blood streak. Hello, Harry. Welcome in. Do not worry, you are not late. A preserved reality arrives precisely when he means to.
Welcome to the hamlet.
Right, Lily. Speaking of arriving precisely when they mean to, thank you for the follow. Someone got obsessed. They sure did. She found a way to free the souls of the damned. Fucked! And now we're turning them back. Yes. So she made a similar discovery to Livia, but instead of becoming, I guess, doubtful of herself as Livia was, because she wasn't able to reproduce or convince anyone of what was happening, Navia secluded herself, and from then on, I didn't put this arrow here. The curtains are gold. Interesting. That's environmental storytelling if I've ever seen it. Look at that. I'd already figured it out, love. Haha. Hopefully I don't need to go that way. Oh. That would have been bad if I'd accidentally released all of them. Fortunately, I'm a god gamer. Is this? Yes, that's still gold. Okay. Or not? At least tomorrow I don't have to run between work and uni. You can take a leisurely stroll. Oh, that did go. Also, it feels bad that I am... Ooh. Turning all these leaves to gold. Whoops. God Gamer. Try that again. An ad? Disgusting. Wait here. I just planned my ass at work and finished the case that took me most of March. Ah, I see. So no uni whatsoever. What's your DAW of choice? DA door? My door of choice? Well, I could quite enjoy mahogany doors. Those are fun. Ouch. I have no idea what you actually mean, though. Do it again. Yeah. Because I got ready the second I went to a shower? Yeah. Yeah. We also have the golden bow now, Ash. Look at us. We discovered that the vines had nothing to do with class choosing abilities. You use the golden bow against the vines and then you can walk across them. Clever, eh? But welcome back. Also, Harry, now that you're back from the ad, what did you mean by door, D-A-W? Yo, not cool, dude. Ah, Digital Audio Workplace. I've never actually heard them being referred to like so. I mean, the one I have most experience with from generally using it, I guess, would be Adobe Audition, maybe? But I wouldn't necessarily rate it for the price, because Audition is extortionate. I did use Pro Tools for a bit as well, but again, absolutely extortionate, ridiculous amount of money. It depends what you need to use it for. You know? I am tempted to go down there, but I don't think I need to go down there. You know? Subscription-based is awful. Yes. Yes, it is. Second you walked in here, I was like, oh, she's operating on it. Sort of is. A young Roman woman with her arms raised as if suddenly terrified by something unknown. Oh, maybe this is the statue that Navia fell in love with. It is very beautiful. Galatea, I think she called him. So Navia, who was the doctor of the city, went a little mad, locked herself in the palace, fell in love with a beautiful golden statue who she could hear in her head. She started making like backstories and talking to the statues and things like that. And then she was like, okay, friends, that's enough of this. I'm going to get you out. So she got her medical tools and started peeling them. Which is lovely. Maybe be tempted by Pro Tools if it was cheaper and not sub-based. Yeah. Well, I'm sure on the internet there will certainly be places where you can find these, or at the very least, older versions of these software. that you don't need to pay a dime for, if you catch my drift. Wink. Get wrecked. Maybe. For legal reasons. That's a joke. That's on about a dream they had once. Yeah, well, yeah. This man's just sitting at a table. Rumors Logic was maybe going sub-base. I nearly cried, as I've already bought it. If you'd already bought it,
My
surely they'd
beloved
grandfather you
relative,
in with no extra
my
cost,
attempts
right?
at freeing these
Or whatever.
souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman who I called Iodame after the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath half an inch of gold, which is so rigid it must be some kind of alloy, was living flesh. Unfortunately, this golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and muscle beneath and appeared to cause her great pain. At first, I braced myself, expecting that inflicting such pain would break the golden rule, and yet, somehow, it did not. It seems whichever god is responsible for imprisoning these poor souls does not care about their suffering at all. They are forsaken. Undeterred, I pressed on, working late into the night, attempting to remove the golden layer that encased her as delicately as I could. Eventually, I was able to free most of her body, but when I released her from her restraints, her first act was to lunge for my throat, clawing at me with all her strength and those sharp metal talons. This was my thanks for trying to save her. Whatever possessed Iodame to attack, she was clearly not a suitable subject for my experiment, and I was forced to lock her inside an isolated wing of the palace and bar the door. As I continued working on others, I could hear her flailing and launching herself at the other side endlessly. Regrettably, my other experiments bore similar results, and after relocating a few times, most of the palace is now too dangerous to work in. Still, as much as my heart aches to know that you're suffering, I cannot risk attempting to ungild you yet. Not until I have perfected a method that will bring you back to me, whole in both mind and body, and ensuring your humanity is preserved. I promise you this. One day we will be together, even if I have to free every last statue in this god's forsaken place.
Woof. Obsessed. That's a decent villain arc, I'd say. Stop. Get out of here. Ooh. Money. Thank you. Not that I need it at this point. Yes, we've been in both of these courtyards. Which of you statues aren't actually gilded? Now there'll be another of you in here somewhere. Hello? Is that not doing anything? I guess it already had. Ah, right, I could have hit that and then... it's whatever. surprising that skinning conscious beings knowing that they feel pain doesn't break the golden rule. Yeah, that's what she was saying in the second or third letter. That she expected that after skinning the first and realized it caused great pain. But then she surmised that whatever godly being was in charge of the golden rule didn't give a fuck about the Forsaken. And I suppose don't consider that a sin. How many did you bloody work on? Oh God! She fully peeled this one. Fully! Appears to be dead. Evidently his death didn't break the golden rule. Holy shit. An apple? Well, looks fresh. Someone has been here recently. Hello, Vixen. Can we keep the gold skeleton? Feel free. We also have some rose gold skeletons, if you would prefer. If the golden mummies were also messed up previous statues? Don't know. That would imply that Navia was in the Egyptian side of things. Don't know. They all look terrified of her, don't they? So many of them. She really got better at peeling. Even though, you know, it didn't get her the results that she wanted. Someone else could have had the same idea? Certainly could have. Every time I come round a corner... No, we're okay. Let me just smack this one. The candles are blinking. Why are the candles blinking? This is horrific, though. Oh, God. They've really done this scene well. Is this Galatea? Oh, wow. You can talk. Behind me? She was saying behind me. I do understand what you're saying. Who are you? Yep. You must be Navia.
And you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. And, worst of all, look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that.
We can't be doing this, Navia. If you attack me, we'll both end up in Casing Gold. Also, this has nothing to do with me. Yeah.
think I care about that? I don't care what happens to me, as long as you get what you deserve.
It doesn't have anything to do with it.
Liar! I locked and barred the gate. I left a message warning you all to leave me alone. I just wanted to do my experiments in peace, for her. And now look at her. You made me turn the most beautiful woman I've ever seen into this. Look at her. She's in agony. All I wanted was to spend my last moments with her, to see her beautiful face, to hear her speak freely, instead of in those cryptic whispers. But as soon as I began my work, she stopped whispering to me. And now I discover she started whispering to you instead.
So who is
What's so
Galatea
special
supposed to
about
be?
you?
Because Navia named this statue Galatea after the story of the person that fell in love with the statue. So who is actually speaking to us through these statues? Because we've originally thought it was Proserpina, right? Persephone. It's gonna cut your hair. Not my hair. I love my hair. It's not just this statue whispering to me. A lot of them do it, but it's always the same voice.
What do you mean, the same voice?
It's like someone else is whispering to me through the statues.
Yes. I remember when they used to whisper to me. They did sound similar. I just thought it was because all voices sound the same when they whisper. But now that I think about it, they were all benevolent and seemed to share a common knowledge. But if these bodies are mere conduits for that one voice, then this body is nobody. And everything I've done here was... Wait, I see what you're doing. You're trying to steal her away from me.
What?
Were you planning to wait until I'd done all the hard work, then swoop in? Is that it?
How did you jump from the correct conclusion to all of this to something completely different in less than a second? That's crazy talk.
Liar! You tried to steal her away from me, and now look what you made me do. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't peel you too.
I don't want this loop to be the end, but I will kill you, Navia. I ended up here by accident. All I want to do is leave.
What? What are you talking about?
I got trapped in tunnels under the city and came up inside the palace.
Wait. So you're saying you weren't coming for us?
I wasn't planning to kill you, but then I saw what you've done. Yeah, she is nuts. I never had any intention of hurting you.
So I did all this. I ruined her. For nothing. What have I done? Oh God, I feel sick. I can't bear the thought of her being like this. And in so much pain. It's the air. Coming into contact with her flesh. It's agonizing for them. The only way to fix it will be to break the golden rule and let it run its course. At least that way she'd be golden again, and we'd be together. All it would take is one little cut.
Wait, I can undo this.
It's too late. There's nothing you can do. I have to do this. I'm sorry.
I can cover her in gold again.
What? How?
The golden bow is the weapon that encases people in gold.
Really? I'm not sure I believe you. But if you can undo this mess, I'll give you the key to my old medical chest in the Shrine of Apollo. I imagine it would help Lucretia ease the suffering of those still in the city.
I mean,
If
I've
you're
already
lying to me,
been in
I'll
that.
break the golden rule and kill you and everyone else in this city. Understood?
It's not a great quest reward because that was one of the very first things that I managed to get into. Alright, stand back. So it's the air. That's why they're begging for death.
You did it. You took away her pain. I don't know what to say. Thank you. Thank you. I swear I will never harm her again. I swear it. I'll stay here to keep her company. But these poor souls, what can be done for them? I've tried everything I can. I fear the only one capable of releasing them properly is whichever god doomed them in the first place. In any case, I must honor our bargain. Here's the key I promised you. It opens a chest in the Shrine of Apollo. I believe there are a few things in there which may be useful to Lucretia.
Yeah, we already have one of these.
Now, please leave. The door here leads out onto the palace balcony. You should be able to make your way down from there.
Goodbye, Navia.
Go, and never return.
Wild. Well, you ought to be an Olympic athlete with that jump to conclusions. And it's a Roman game. I love it. Honestly, the other statue we saw was hotter. The one with the boobs out?
What? Are you still here?
Yes, want to see my torch? No? Okay. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Annalise Cardinal. Unfortunately, I don't know how to pronounce the name, but I've seen the meme. I don't need to do it because it's a dramatic reading. Udex Neovillet? I know it's a Genshin thing, but unfortunately, I'm a Honkai Star Rail scrub. Hold on. How do you pronounce it? Pronunciation.
Monsieur Nouvillet.
That's not helpful. I'm having the same issue. That's the first thing that came up on YouTube.
Our community's acclaim
Uh-oh.
spreads.
We've been raided. This is not good. Udex? Really? Is that how you pronounce it? Thank you, Milnar. Nouvillet, I guess, is the other one as well. Luxury Pigeon, thanks so much for the big old raid. Nouvillet? Nouvillet? Oh yeah, possibly. Udex Nouvillet. That sounds particularly French. But hello, Pidge. Hello, Raiders. Let me give you a shout out. How are you doing today? Welcome to the Forgotten City. I've just paused the game because I had a dramatic reading redemption, which I will do my very best to do some justice. But let me do Luxury Pigeon. There we go. Oh, you ended with Supermarket Simulator. How was that? Hopefully that was nice and relaxing after a stressful climb. If anyone needs to raid and run though, that's okay. Don't worry. Look after yourselves. Get some water, get some food, get some sleep if you need it as well. It is 10:30 at night in the UK right now, and it's only Thursday night, so some of you may need to go to work tomorrow. But if that's not the case, or you're staying up for a little bit longer, and you got nothing better to do, feel free to stick around. Although, saying that, one last thing before I try this dramatic reading again. Spoilers ahead for this game that we're playing, The Forgotten City. It's very, very good, but there are spoilers everywhere. So if you have any intention of playing this game yourself, I would recommend dipping out. Which sounds counterintuitive for a streamer to recommend, but I do recommend it. Okay, so let's try this once more. So, dramatic reading redeemed by White Lily. Udex Nouvelle. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, I, Udex Nouvelle, hereby declare you as guilty. I know they made that as a meme. Hold on. Because the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale has such a good rhythm to it. I'm sure there is a short of it somewhere. For those that aren't. Oh, here it is.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, we now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale.
I'm actually surprised that nobody's asked me to say that before. I love it. What a good redeem. Thank you, White Lily. Oops. That's a bit hard. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not French. Nor do I ever claim to know any French whatsoever. Remind me to catch you in a voice chat one of these days. Okay. Look who's watching. Hello, welcome in. Sorry, I haven't actually welcomed anyone in. Weekends. Good to have you here. Baba Yaga. Hello, hello. Pidge, of course. This has been in my head since the redeem. It's very good. It's very good. If only Hoyoverse would actually put me into Genshin or Honkai Star Rail. Got an achievement. Survived the palace. Then I could have my own Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale. All of my own.
A golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana's.
On duty early, so gotta go, but we'll catch up and catch you later. Catch you later, Miller. Thanks for hanging out. And thank you for the recommendation for this game as well, because it first came from you. And I know many people are enjoying it, thanks to your recommendation.
Like Apollo and Diana's.
What was that? The Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale. By order of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale. Go run to the store, so I guess I'll be VOD watching once more. No worries, Ash. Go get those good foods. And hello, Tempest Vault. How about you please tell me it's not scary this time? You have just missed some more scary stuff. So I don't think there's going to be any more scary for quite some time. But we are a lot more powerful. The bow that we had the last time you were watching, we have now upgraded to a golden bow. And when we fire it at one of the bads, they turn gold themselves. But this palace, we found a way inside and met Navia. Navia was the old doctor who went a little loopy and started hearing voices too. She went so loopy that she started to peel the golden statues. No, it did not go well, as you can imagine.
Sometimes I stare at the great temple on the bluff, and I think, whatever is in there, it has to be important. Welcome back.
Virgil, who you voted for?
Galerius, definitely. He put an end to the notes and graffiti I've been receiving.
Virgil is voting for Gale now.
All right. Nice to talk to you.
It's excellent news. It seems now that Gale is actually going to win.
A fellow traveler from a faraway land. Greetings, I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see...
Yeah. Who you voted for?
Galerius. Did you know he saved the life of my young friend Fabia? The man is a hero.
Oh, Georgius, right. Fabia is also Greek, right? Or maybe they're just friends. I don't know if Fabia is actually Greek.
But of course.
So now they're both going to vote for him.
I hope that our path...
It's amazing. That swings the vote in Gale's favor for sure. I don't think it's unanimous yet, but I could talk to, where's the last guy? Where is he? Where is this bastard? Oh, Fabia. Hello. Oh, sorry. I'll put that away.
Salve and welcome. Need something?
Oh yeah, right. You don't get a
All right.
vote because you're a woman. Sorry. Sorry, Fabia. I was like, why don't I get the choice to ask about Gale here?
A golden bow, just like
It's
Apollo
because
and
she
Diana.
doesn't have the chance to vote. Ah, this was one thing that we didn't do, is we didn't pressure
Oi!
Demetrius here.
How did you get in there, you cheeky little Sturkus? If I cop an earful from Malleolus, I'll be coming for you. What now?
Can we not ask you if you know anything about
Her name's
What's-her-face?
Demetrius. You want to get to Malleolus, you go through me.
Okay,
What?
dressed like a gladiator because he is a gladiator. No near an
You want-
arena. Get
If
out of
I-
here. Who are you going to vote for? He's not going. Demetrius isn't going. Of course he isn't. It's all losers.
Whatever.
I thought Horatius said that Demetrius was chatting shit.
Are they?
Are they, Maria?
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am.
Batsy, we've had this conversation. I broke it.
Broke it? Why in Pluto's name would you do that?
I was trying to save someone's life.
Well, it seems you failed spectacularly. Look, it's unfortunate, but all that matters now is that you make use of what you've learned and gathered and do better next time. Now, I assume you sought me out again for a reason.
May I have the key?
I think it's best if I hang on to it.
Oh, fuck you, Sentius. Why?
You mean to ask, why am I unwilling to trust a newly arrived non-citizen with access to our water supply, the lifeblood of this city? I'm sorry, but that is simply out of the question.
I think you're hiding something.
Yes, our water supply. From you. I wasn't born yesterday. Poisoning a city's water supply is the oldest trick in the Codex. Quite literally.
I mean, fair
Aeneas
enough.
the Tactician wrote a siegecraft manual for military commanders some 300 years ago, recommending the poisoning or pollution of cisterns. And I'm beginning to wonder if the culprit we're looking for might, after all this, be you. Perhaps it was a mistake on my part to place so much trust in you.
Oh, right. He's like that because I told him that I sinned. You know what? I'm getting into that system without your help.
I doubt that very much, since I'll be keeping the key around my neck at all times from now on. But in any case, was there something else?
What a little prick.
Ask them.
Questions?
Do
Suspects?
you have what's
How do I know you're not the person responsible?
Me? Why would you suspect me? I've just
Yeah, fair
told you,
point.
I'm about to sacrifice my own life to ensure these people have a second chance. What reason could you possibly have to suspect me, of all people? I'm glad you think so. Without trust, without each other, we won't be able to prevent what is about to happen.
I don't know what you really think.
Well, all right. There are those who wish to vote me out of office so that they can pursue their own misguided political agenda. Frankly, their selfishness and recklessness risk destabilizing the entire city. I would be looking very carefully at them if I were you.
Alright. Okay. So what we're going to do now then is we are going to find Equitia. There she is. We're going to save.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
No.
Ave again. Did you find what you need?
And then we're going to ask her to have the election now rather than at the end of the day.
It must be completed by dusk, just the same as any other official business. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Galerius, the challenger. Why do you ask?
Let's do it now.
As I said, I'm planning to hold it before dusk.
Holding it early may prevent conflict between the voters.
Yes, I have overheard some rather unpleasant arguments. The last thing we need here is additional conflict. Very well. I'll get things started right away.
Now, it won't be unanimous, because I couldn't find the dude that trapped me in the temple.
Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
It's time! The election's on!
Where was he? Did he dip out of here? Where did he go? We're gonna get you out of there, Dooley. Mark my words. We're gonna have so much gold by the end of this. Oh, I've already looted that chest. There's a chest up there as well, actually. I wouldn't shoot just yet, just in case.
Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Helva. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Sentius.
Virgil.
The man who put a stop to the threats I've been receiving. Galerius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate
Oh, yeah.
is Gallus Galerius Helva.
What?
Magistrate Galerius, would you like to make a brief address?
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted. Now that you've put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else to see here. Move along.
Okay. At the very least, there's no assassination attempts. You be having a word.
Oh, hello there, partner. I'm glad you're here. I think there might have been some confusion about my little practical joke earlier. You see, my plan was to give you a little fright. You know, like two friends joking around at the Saturnalia, and then, surprise, I'd open the door. But when I opened it, you were gone.
You have to pay for it. I don't believe you. I don't want to threaten him and ruin everything.
Partner, I swear, this is just a misunderstanding. Look, why don't you keep our bow as compensation?
You mean my bow? Don't worry, I'm keeping it.
Fine, fine. It's a credit to you that you're able to see the humour in all of this. Now, can I help you with something? Very well. Another time.
Maybe if I like, persuaded him at that point to vote Galerius.
I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Oh. No.
Hello?
Not like this.
I'm Dooley. Magistrate Galerius said I should thank the newcomer. Are you the newcomer?
I guess. Yes, that's me.
Oh, it is you. Then, thank you. You're a big helper. I was locked up, but they let me out again. I'm so happy.
You're welcome.
You can have my shiny plaque
gladdens my
if you
heart
want,
that
and maybe
Galerius
you
set
can
poor
help me
Dooley
find my
free.
treasure.
I will
My
cherish
friend
this
Hannibal used to look after me.
Oh yeah, Hannibal.
And he said he always would. But then he died. But before that, he told me if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious.
What was
he
it?
gave me a key to the cisterns and told me to keep it safe. He said there's something very precious way up high. Please help me find it. Please. I had to keep it a secret until I found someone I could trust.
I'll help you.
Oh, thank you. Here's the key.
You're a very helpful wall, Dooley.
I hope you find it. In the cisterns, way up high, Hannibal said. Oh, look over there. Something shiny.
Dooley.
Is it treasure? Maybe it is treasure.
Dooley, you're going to get us all in trouble.
I can see it for myself. So pretty. And it's just
Like bearing a Greek inscription, Hades, Lord of Many.
nobody wants it anymore.
We have everything.
Wouldn't mind if I just take it.
Oh yes, I remember this. It's just a cosmetic jar, Dooley. We have all 4 plaques. Let's see what's at the top of this pillar. Yep. Unsurprisingly, it's a treasure chest with a lot of Daenerys. Find treasure using the golden bow, another achievement. And a beautiful view as well. Okay. Ooh, we are getting close to finishing this game, I think. Creating a time paradox is the very last thing we'll do. We should maybe try to talk to Sentius as well now. Return all 4 plaques to the obelisk, but I'd rather go to the upper cistern and investigate around this area. I nearly died from doing that. I'm not sure that there's many other things we need to do. There's probably more treasure around. Also,
It's so
Equitia.
lovely to see Dooley out and about again. Ave again. Did you...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
It was Dooley, wasn't it? It was Dooley.
Hide! Everybody hide!
After everything we've built,
Bloody hell, Dooley. It's fine. I guess I don't actually need to do this right now. I could come back. Who yelling in our head? The god of the dead. Hades equivalent. Whoever you want to call. Oh, why is my vision like this? It's all golden. Oh, I changed the filter on the game, that's why. Main goal completed, right? Oh, yeah.
Salve, friend.
I'm a little bit ready.
Right.
Thank you, Gal. So now we go up here to the upper cistern. Also, it looks like there's more treasure over here. We love treasure. Big old coin pouch. I can't believe Dooley got us in trouble so quickly. But we did it. We got him released, we got his key, we got the Greek plaque. Before putting the plaques into the doohickey, I'm gonna do the cistern first. Oh. Loading. Let's do my Duolingo. I've done my Duolingo for the day. Oh, we're in. Scintilla? Scintilla, is that you? This would have been a creative way to get in. Dang. Go the other way. I thought she was dead. Looks like Malleolus has really been up to some bad shit. Hello.
Who are you? Did he send you?
Batsy, nobody sent me.
Do you know you're here? You have to help me escape before that monster comes back.
What is going on here?
I'm Scintilla. I found a way out through the Gate of Horn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of helping me escape, he locked me up. He wants to keep us all here forever, or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. You have to let me go so we can kill him and take his key.
Oh. Your father did this to you? What, the human sacrifice? Locked away in the upper cistern. Who did this to you?
Sentius, my adoptive father. Furies help me. I'll castrate and crucify him.
How hasn't this broken the golden rule?
I don't know. He said the gods are on his side because they don't want us to escape either.
Where is the way out?
Behind me. There's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water from outside the city, so it should lead us outside. The only problem is it's barred by a heavy locked gate, and he has the only key.
So I need to kill him and take his key. But if I kill him, he doesn't open the portal for me. What will you do if I release him?
I'm going to take that key from around his neck even if it means cutting his throat to get it. I'm done caring about the Golden Rule. I just want out.
Right.
Help me, and we can escape together.
What about the others?
There won't be enough time. Just you and me. What do you say?
If I round everyone up so they're ready to escape once the Golden Rule is broken.
There's no time. Wait, did you hear that?
Oh.
He's here.
He's not here.
You have to let me go. It's now or never.
It's the trolley problem, everyone. Do we let Scintilla go, dooming everyone else here? Or do we leave her here for now and then try to think of another way? When did we last save? This will create a paradox if she kills her father, though. Fuck it. Let's find out what happens.
Oh, thank you. Now Wait. Did you hear that? He's here. He must be coming in through the door behind me. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
What did you do with Scintilla? Where is she?
You're a human garbage, you know that?
So that is how it's going to be. Oh well, this doesn't change anything for me. It's a shame, really. If you'd just done what you were supposed to, you'd have been looping through time forever until you gave up and killed yourself. Just like that soft-hearted pleb, Al.
You remember Al?
Come now. Surely you didn't think you were the only one here who remembered everything. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one loop to the next. Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident, I'll never know. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you're a little bit sharper than Al was. Or perhaps you're just more willing to break the rules. He was a moralistic fellow, never once compromised on his principles. And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands of times before we finally had this conversation. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more disheveled, a little more haunted. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck, and took his own life, just before he was shot with a golden arrow. The next time I awoke, you showed up, but you've caught up to where he was so quickly. I'd have preferred if you'd given me more time to enjoy the trappings of my success. How many extra days did you give me? Just the 7? Not a lot compared with Al, but I've seized every day, nonetheless. In any case, there's no escape for you except the path that Al took, the path he wrote about on his tablet. What was it? Ah, yes. Better to end it all now than find out what awaits you beyond that portal. So, You discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it?
How did you not notice? You knew that there was a way out, and even locked up your own daughter to keep it a secret. Why?
Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this. My title, my beautiful villa, the sun on my face, the music of birds chirping. And as long as this day keeps repeating itself, I get to enjoy it all, over and over again, for eternity. Don't you see? I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely, to cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself?
So you asked me to figure out who was going to break the golden rule, knowing I would fail every time.
Of course. There's no way you could have succeeded. Every soul who has ever found themselves here has broken the golden rule eventually. It is inevitable. Man will always sin sooner or later. Any idiot could tell you this. But where others might see tragedy, I saw opportunity. As I told you the first time we met, I found a way to cheat death. By reliving the same day over and over again forever. And I will continue living long after your dust.
Let's see you cheat your way out of this.
Do you really think you can take on a Decurion with that flimsy little bow?
Probably could, but I'm going to let her have this one.
Who? Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Come on, we have to go. Hey, what's happening to you? That light, it's so bright.
We created a paradox. No. Al.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al.
Al Worth? I came in here to find you.
Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
I'm Batsy. I was hoping you'd know who I am.
Funny you should ask. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is kinda rusty, but the last entry mentioned someone with the same name. It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name appeared in the city out of the shrine of Proserpina. Freed an imprisoned woman named Scintilla, who then murdered her captor, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said the attack caused golden statues to come alive, hunting down everyone in the city and turning them into gold. Apparently, the only person to survive was Scintilla, while the stranger disappeared in a flash of light.
Weird, that definitely wasn't me. Actually, that was me.
What? You're saying you were here 2,000 years ago? I'm not sure I understand.
When I first arrived here in the present day, I found your corpse hanging from a noose.
I'm sorry, come again?
I still have the suicide note you carved into this tablet here.
Let me see that. God, why does this writing look so familiar?
It's your
I've
writing.
spent a lifetime in this place going around and around in circles. This is disturbing. But I don't understand how I could have written it.
It was written by a different version of you. I changed the past and your fate.
I'm not following.
I helped Scintilla kill the man who opened a time portal and drew you back in time, preventing it from ever happening.
So you're saying...
Obviously.
Because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time portal, so I never went through it, and that's why I don't remember any of this.
Now you're getting it.
I guess you saved my life then, as well as helping that poor woman to escape. That's a lot to take in.
Enough talk. How about we get out of this place?
Maybe we can escape through the same aqueduct Centilla used, if we can find it.
Relaxing cactus, welcome in. Welcome to the Forgotten City. I believe all my mods have dipped out for now, so let me give you a shout out. How are you doing? How was your stream? There we are. Playing more Memories of Old? I see. Well, I did just say welcome to the Forgotten City, but as you'll likely notice at the top of chat, if you've got the pin still there, spoilers ahead for this game. This game, the developers specifically ask if you are a content creator, streaming it, YouTubing it, or whatever, give potential viewers a chance to play it themselves first, because everything you see in this game is a spoiler. So if you have the Forgotten City in a Steam library waiting somewhere, I do recommend playing it yourselves. Good to know, yeah. But if you don't have it, or otherwise don't know anything about it, or don't fancy playing it yourself, or are incapable, you're more than welcome to stick around. But hello, Anna has no chill. Hello, Major Dirtbag. But hopefully the stream was lovely. And if you need to raid and run, please do so. Make sure to look after yourself. That goes for all of you. Get some water, get some food, get some sleep, if needed. I'm probably going to try to finish this game today. But it looks like we're barreling towards one of 3 endings, potentially. So yeah, we're right at the end. At least one of those endings, the first ending. Lovely and very chill, glad to hear that. Hello, CD. And if you don't know who I am, if you're brand new to this channel, I am Batsy. We play video games and voice act, and read a lot of things. Generally, my kind of vibe. This game is too scary for me. It's not that scary. It's a little spooky. But it's very good. We're gonna continue, but you have been warned. Spoilers ahead. Probably dip out soon, as I don't want spoilers, but I hope you have a fantastic time. Leave a look for you, though. Thank you, Cactus. I appreciate it. Thank you again for the raid. Low threshold for scary. I'll tell you what, Tempestans. The movements of these creatures that we encountered in this game did flare something up in my mind from, like, I don't know, I suppose Oblivion era. They're like fast zombies in a way, right? But they also kind of trigger the uncomfortable feeling that I got from ever experiencing a re-dead in a Legend of Zelda game. And Legend of Zelda games, not scary, right? They're kids games, well, not kids games, but for the Nintendo. They are accessible to children. Children do play them. Re-deads are fucking horrifying, right? So it's that similar kind of horror to me. It's right here in the cistern. Follow me. What do you think to my torch, Alworth? Didn't really look around the rest of this place, did I? I know where this is. At the very bottom of these vines is the lower aqueduct where we found Centilla's fake body. I don't have the golden bow anymore. And I'm guessing we can't go back up to the city, can we? No, it won't let us. We are on the path to finishing the game. Where'd he go? This is beautiful. This is it, yeah. Oh, there it is.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into this temple.
Good idea.
You go on ahead, and I'll be there soon. You go on ahead, and I'll be...
I feel like I've perhaps stepped into another time loop of sorts. Wow. It's so pretty. Charon, is that you?
You're back! But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al?
I found him. He'll be here in a moment.
Oh, what a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait?
I discovered your real name is Charon, or was it Curti?
Ah, I see.
Whoa.
I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions.
Who are you, really?
You can just call me Charon, if you like. I am sorry I was not completely honest with you when we first met. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do not. But I have learned, from 5,000 years of experience, that most people find comfort in familiarity, in gradual change, and coming to see the truth in their own time.
What truth is that?
That you died, of course. You were dead when I brought you here. My role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, has always been to assist the chosen to cross the threshold from the land of the living to the land of the dead.
How did I die?
Usually, when people do not remember how they died, it is because they suffered a terrible trauma. Most souls would rather not remember. Ask yourself honestly, do you really want to know?
Yes.
As you wish. You were murdered.
Oh.
You were exploring an old tomb when you discovered a cache of forgotten relics, including 2 silver coins of ancient origin. Unfortunately, as you emerged into daylight, you were set upon by 2 thieves. A nearby hiker saw the scuffle break out and leapt to your aid, trying to help you recover your bounty. You both fought bravely, but your assailants were armed, and you were not. There was nothing you or your ally could have done. He died instantly at the scene, and you followed a few hours later.
He was Al.
That man's name was Al Worth. You were each in possession of a sacred coin, called Charon's Opal by some, and so it was my duty to bring you here.
What's so special about these coins?
Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans burying their dead with a coin in their mouths to pay the ferrymen for passage across the river. Well, those stories contained a seed of truth, but not any coin would do. A long time ago, my master created 1,000 silver coins and had me distribute them across the world. My orders were simple. Whenever a person died in possession of a coin, I was to locate them and ferry them here.
Why?
That is a question you would have to ask him, if that were still possible, in light of the path you have chosen. I am just his servant, doing his bidding. Only now, I find myself bereft of purpose. You see, the coins on you and Al were the last of the 1,000 in existence. There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course.
Can you return us to the land of the living?
I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an event 2,000 years ago. Supposedly, the city was destroyed when a woman murdered a tyrant with the help of, well, my new friend here. I know how crazy that sounds.
Maybe not that crazy. That woman. I don't suppose her name was... Scintilla?
How could you... What?
She left a tablet of her own. I stumbled across it while I was waiting here. I think she meant for you to read it. Here, take a look.
I don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this, but I want you to know that I will never forget you, or what you did for me. It pains me that so many dear friends were not so fortunate. Ulpius, Sentia, Lucretia, Horatius, Galerius, poor Dooley, and the others. But please understand, their blood is on my hands, not yours. I will live with the consequences of my actions, and all I can do is move forward, trying to show others the same compassion you showed me. I promise you that saving my life will not be for nothing. Scintilla.
Let everyone else die, very sad. Yes, we'd gotten to the point where we found Scintilla bound and locked away in the upper cistern by her father. And then she was like, he's coming, you need to make a decision. Either hide or let me free so I can kill him. And I was like, there's no way me freeing her doesn't end this game. But I thought back to what the priestess had said, because she had described 4 heroes that had discovered 3 different ways to escape the underworld. And I was like, I ummed and ahed about it for a little while, and I was like, fuck it. This is one of the 3 ways. We found a secret way out of the underworld through the aqueducts. And then we also now need to confront the god of the dead, as Hercules did, and then use our wits to get out as well, as Orpheus did. So we can check mark 1 off. Found a secret way out. I think that was this one. I don't think it was outwitting anybody, necessarily.
Sounds like you meant a lot to her. I'd love to hear your story, but first, you 2 look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
Alright, Karen. Ferry us home. Ending 2 of 4. How many might have survived if you confronted the god of the underworld? I'm gonna find out. 2 of 4. Okay. What an excellent game. Don't worry. I'm not stopping here. I'm diving right back in to get some of those other endings. So, we got all 4 of the tablets. We can take those to the obelisk and confront the god of the underworld. See if that does anything. We can find Scintilla, but then refuse to save her, start the loop again, with the knowledge that she is being kept captive in the upper cistern, we may be able to escape with many people that way. You like how they include headshots in the credits? Yeah, it's nice. Actually get to see some of these people. Alworth, Joe Cliff Thompson. Ancient Roman god, Dennis Kleineman. Thank you for not spoiling who it is. Assassin, Andrew Golder. Aurelia, Heather Tracy. Claudia, Claire Boston. Decius, Andre Williams. Demetrius, Richard Bunn. Dooley, Huel John. Equitia, Sophie Roberts. Fabia, Rebecca Gethings. Galerius, Stephen Kelly. I don't know that I recognize any of these voice actors, I'm afraid. Georgius was excellent, though. Apostolus Papageorgio. That's my best attempt. Horatius, Brendan McCoy. Look at that beard. Yulia, Samantha Shirath. Karen Sarah Thomas. Kabash, Wolf Williams. First name Wolf? That's fucking cool, dude. Livia Jennifer Wydra. Krisha Enye Canari. Krisha. Malleolus Christopher Kent. He did a good job, I feel. Navia Sophie Roberts. Oh. Sophie Roberts was two people in this game. Oh, Dennis Kleinman for the Philosopher again. Oh, he was two voices too. Annie Warburton as Octavia. Katrina Tana. Prosperna. Marie Rufius. Elizabeth Plant, Tiffany Clare, Roger Ringrose. And we're now getting some repeats of names. What a good game. I want to keep playing. I want to keep playing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, credits. I want to give you the respect you deserve, but I want to keep playing. Continue. We're gonna get another ending. But I can only think of two ways to get additional endings. How do we get the last one? I know you probably know fairly okay, but Tempestus, if you have any theories, because you definitely haven't played this game. So we need to confront the God of the Dead, which could be quite easy to do. Then maybe gather everyone else. What's this? Ah. It saved when we got up here. That's quite nice. That's convenient. So if we figure out what happened to Scintilla, and then leave again, then we'll know. Okay, well, let's confront the God of the Dead. Hello, everyone. No! Stop it. How are we going?
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Orpheus, stop.
Oh, no. No. No, 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 no.
That...
Good luck with that.
Your
Bye.
life's in danger, just... Are you...
Yes, I can't help
I
you.
see.
I am out.
Hi,
Wherever
Orpheus.
you are. Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Orpheus, no!
We got bigger problems, Orpheus.
I can't...
Like... Okay. Missing pieces of the puzzle. This Peter. Roman. Sumerian. Egyptian. Greek. It's loading again. Should we save? Ah, it's probably too late. It's fine. Hades. I mean, all of them, right? They're all his name. Say nothing. Which name should we give him? Hades, Nurgle, Osiris, or Pluto? Nurgle would have been the first. But I like Hades. I'm a fan of Hades. Hades, Lord of Many, grant me an audience. Nurgle, the fierce one, grant me an audience. Ah, all of the names. Osiris, Lord of Silence, grant me an audience. Pluto, Father of Riches, grant me an audience. He is the god of many names. Yeah, thank you. These tutorials, getting out of hand. Hades. Oh. Oh, it was based off of the room. Right, because the first room was Roman, so that would be Pluto. Second room is Greek. Right. I thought it was just like a... you need to speak all of the names in one go type of thing. No, now we're Egyptian. I have to take my dogs outside, but I don't want to miss anything. Take your dogs outside, it's fine. Let them have a pee. That is a constant, so it makes sense that there's many names. Yes. It is all, as far as we're aware, the same god. You like how the different golden statues have different, like, fashions and styles and things. The Sumerian dress on both male and female, they look absolutely gorgeous. I go back to look at the Egyptian ones. Oh, that's a mummy that's wrapped. Can't really see a lot on that one. They've got the kind of like thing around their necks. Oh, this one's clearer. Nipples. Yes. Classic in the Egyptian dress. Nipples. Nurgle. Excuse me? What is this? Did I just walk into Abstergo Industries? What the fuck? I am gobsmacked. I did not expect modern. What? Where is this going? What? The fuck? The fucking spaceship over there. What are you guys wearing? Roman, Sumerian. Was this all a game? This was the last thing I expected. It's the Milky Way. It's beautiful. You're Charon the AI. Who's this on the left?
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. You are unlike the others, aren't you? And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so brazenly. But there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to satisfy your curiosity. Ask what you will.
Bro, what the fuck? What is this? Who? Why? What's your story?
My story is many thousands of years long. You will need to be more specific. What do you wish to know?
You're a god.
It is a matter of perspective. God is a label I was given by you mortals, not one I gave myself. Your ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensibly powerful, just as you might seem so to an insect.
You're an
but
alien?
despite all that, there are rules even I must obey.
Why do you look and sound like a man?
My kin and I all adopted this form long ago, so that we might better understand and communicate with your kind. In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights it affords. Desire, joy, ecstasy, even rage and sorrow, while an acquired taste can be addictive.
May I see your true form?
No. Long ago, I swore to Proserpina that I would remain in this form for as long as we remained among your kind. I must honor that.
Dang. Who's the woman on your left?
This is my beloved. Like me, she has been known by many names. Ereshkigal to the Sumerians,
Is
Isis to
Persephone.
the Egyptians, Persephone to the Greeks, and Proserpina to the Romans. Or perhaps you might know her as the goddess of springtime, the cycle of life and renewal. Your gaze lingers too long.
So Proserpina, Persephone, was the one that was whispering to us. Who's on your right?
That is my servant.
Charon.
You would have met by the river, though she wears many faces and goes by many names. Kumutubal to the Sumerians, Kirti to the Egyptians, Charon to the Greeks, and Charon to the Romans. Her role is to ferry souls between the mortal world and this one, and to make their transition as seamless as possible. For that, she earned herself the infamous, if erroneous, moniker, the Ferryman. You will talk more later. For now, ask your questions.
Why am I so scared? We are face to face with a godly being. I don't know what they're supposed to be. Aliens, I suppose? He never said that he considered himself a god, but you look at the technology they have. Let's talk about something else.
As you wish.
Hopefully you let the dogs out now, Tempestus. What is this place?
It has come to be known simply as the Underworld, and it exists because of a wager I made long ago.
A wager? What wager?
That is a long story, one that began over 3,000 years ago and continues to this day. You see, long ago my kin and I set out from our home on Elysium to search for other forms of life among the stars.
You are an alien.
We discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from primates into something lawless and barbaric. You all but destroyed yourselves, your 2 short lives being extinguished by violence and ignorance and disease. Yet Proserpina saw raw potential in you, and persuaded the rest of us it would be squandered without our intervention and stewardship. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. We offered guidance in agriculture, toolcraft, and law, and you called us gods. For a time you flourished, but soon you were too many for us to oversee. And as you spread from that cradle of civilization, we saw something disturbing. We had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion, and soon you returned to your old ways of violence and ignorance, this time in our name. My kin had seen enough, and gave up on your kind, condemning you as barbaric and chaotic, scarcely more than animals. We began preparations to return to Elysium, our home world, a utopia unspoilt by conflict and unimaginable in its beauty. But my Proserpina could not bear to abandon your kind without guidance, and knowing it would force the rest of us to leave her behind, she made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality to descend permanently to the ranks of humankind. And so she began her inescapable trajectory toward death. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation.
That's why she's not moving.
In a deep frozen sleep to prevent age and sickness from claiming her. And then I pleaded with Proserpina's father, who the Romans called Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium. It was and is my hope that once there, we might one day learn to undo what she has done to herself. But he refused. I did everything I could to persuade him, but he would not relent. He would rigidly uphold his final pronouncement. Humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium, and no exceptions would be made. But seeing that I was aggrieved, he proposed a wager, the terms of which were as follows. If even one human city could prove itself capable of living without sin for a single year, then Proserpina and all of humanity would be permitted to join us in Elysium. My part would be to remain behind, the last of my kind, to watch over you without interfering, and to sit in silent judgment. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, waiting for the day your kind proves itself worthy of her faith in you, so that I might take her with me to Elysium and unthaw my goddess of springtime. And here I am, after all this time, still waiting.
Wow. Okay. Huge lore drops. God of the Underworld, one of many aliens from a planet called Elysium, came here, disappointed in us, gave us some technology, we worshipped them, then we started killing each other in their names. They hit that. But Proserpina was like, nah, let's stick around. And she gave up her immortality so that she couldn't leave. Or some shit like that. Who are your kin?
There were also gods who, like me, have been known by many names. But perhaps you knew them by their
Yeah, so Elysium is essentially
our
Olympus.
leader Jupiter, as well as Neptune, Saturn, Juno, Minerva, Mars, Venus, Apollo, Diana, Vulcan, Vesta, Ceres, and of course, my beloved Proserpina.
We built the city.
As the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own fashion, so that they might be comfortable and recreate their lives here. I had them build the entrance as a vertical shaft leading to baths, to cleanse them of the sins of their former lives, and to prevent escape. I watched wave after wave of Sumerians arrive, and as their civilization declined over the centuries, they were replaced by Egyptians. Of course, believing themselves to be the superior civilization, the Egyptians promptly built over what had been built before, and made all the same mistakes. After another 1,000 years, the Greeks began to arrive, and then the Romans, and they all did the same thing. They built upon the underworlds of their predecessors, renamed their gods, and ensured their foundations were forgotten.
How did you decide who comes here?
To ensure the wager was fair, it was important that my subjects were chosen at random. To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from silver, a rare element at the time, across all of Sumer. Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located by my servant and ferried to this place, with no memory of how they arrived. As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually coins, spreading to Egypt like seeds on the wind. Later, when they spread to Greece, they would come to be known as Charon's obol, or as coins for the ferryman. Some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken here, though they had no way of knowing which coins were fashioned from the original tokens. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for, only 2 remain. And so after this wave destroys itself, as it is destined to do, your kind will have squandered the last of its potential to ascend beyond this rock, and Proserpina's along with it.
Understood. So Proserpina... The reason why Proserpina has opened a portal now is because it's her last chance to save humanity and bring everyone over to Elysium with her. There's not going to be another wave of people to the Forgotten City. So when the magistrate Sentius was like, I'm gonna pray to Proserpina to keep this loop open, and he thinks himself the genius, but Proserpina's just like, man, I'm just trying to make sure that we get to that year mark. We can just keep on trying with this final wave of people. How did humans learn about the underworld?
It is a regrettable story. One of the first men who came to this place was a king of Sumer and a troublemaker.
Gilgamesh.
To be rid of him, I returned him to his people, on the condition that my servant erased his memories of this place. But the erasure did not take completely, and he told stories of this place as if describing memories of a dream. His tales were committed to writing.
Yes, Gilgamesh.
The Epic of Gilgamesh, and his words were twisted and distorted over generations. Later, the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's stories of the underworld, making them wildly intricate and labyrinthine. Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less and less resemblance to this place in their priests' pursuit of profit. Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved far more cunning, and in a series of incidents that will not be repeated, 5 of them escaped. A warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus and Theseus, a poet named Orpheus, and a Trojan named Aeneas. They each told embellished tales of this place, how to get here, and how to escape. And so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome, your kind has always told each other stories about this place, though each story contained only a seed of truth.
Wow, so Gilgamesh, Heracles, Orpheus, Theseus, all these other people, they were actually real. They were real people in this game. They weren't just like stories. Something else.
Of course.
Incredible. I'm loving this. I love the lore dump at the end of the game. Are you responsible for the golden?
That is merely the name your people have given to it, but yes, it is my doing.
Why turn people into gold?
That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumerians finished building their city, a self-declared ruler threw a banquet to celebrate. Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife, a prestigious position of power and influence in a new world. Of all the women, 2 were particularly ambitious. Both were beautiful, and both arrived at the banquet wearing eye-catching dresses and painted faces, their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman, recognizing that she would require an advantage to win the ruler's affection, draped herself in jewelry, ornate necklaces, bracelets, and rings fashioned from gold. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman grew envious, for she had no such jewelry at her disposal. She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold. And when her prayer went unanswered, she took matters into her own hands.
Of course she did.
While the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman summoned the first for a discussion in a quiet place. She checked that nobody was watching, and pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat, where she broke her neck on the rocks below. But I was watching, and I decided to answer her prayer. I took the golden bow left behind by Diana, and I shot that woman in the heart, covering her from head to toe in a layer of molten gold. And I left her to stand there, that she might serve as a grim reminder of what befalls those who sin in my domain. But that was not enough, for the entire city was tainted by her sin, and the wager could no longer be won. So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all, to make way for a new wave, and began the wager again. And to this day, each of them, and all who came after, line the halls of this city, inanimate but conscious, suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved, so they may bear witness to and lament the folly of your kind for eternity, as silent golden sentinels.
They're sentient. They can hear and see. That torture side is grim. It is. Yeah. Awful. So you're responsible for destroying all these lives.
I give your kind a second chance at life, as well as ample warning about my law. And when you disobey, and you always disobey, you force my hand, bringing terrible suffering upon yourselves. And so you ask if I am the one destroying your lives. And I say, no, you destroy yourselves. I am merely the means by which you do it.
Sounds like deflection there. Where did these golden bows come from?
When my kin departed, they left behind many relics, which I inherited. Consolation prize of sorts. The golden bow originally belonged to one of my kin, who the Romans called Diana. As my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious among them, and equipped them each with a duplicate of her bow, and tasked them with hunting down the Forsaken at my behest. They became known simply as Furies.
Nice. Okay. What do you consider a sin?
I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic can ever cover all possible scenarios. This should come as no surprise to you, since the core principle has been expressed in many forms by many of your civilizations. The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make him do. The Greeks refined it with avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. The Roman Stoics added, treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold it. Curious, is it not?
Doesn't seem like you've been upholding it either.
Enough. You clearly know nothing.
Caught him. Caught him in a hypocrisy. How do you know people sin?
I'm able to commune with all of the statues in the city. Their ears are my ears, and their eyes are my eyes.
Is Proserpina connected to the statues in the same way?
If she was still conscious, I suppose she could, but she's not. Why do you ask?
Oh, no reason. No reason.
Then what an odd question.
I've seen some terrible things here that you didn't consider a sin. How could you let them happen?
Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalizations? Or are you going to give me an example?
Suicide, price gouging for life-saving medicine, debt bondage, experiments on the golden statues? I would say... I mean, debt bondage is bad. Also, the experiments. Okay, we'll go through all of them. Debt bondage.
You speak of the moneylender. How is that inconsistent with the rule?
He wouldn't want to be trapped in a 30-year labor contract because of a loan.
And he would never have signed a contract pledging his labor for 30 years. All he did was enforce the terms of a contract signed voluntarily by others.
The whole concept of debt bondage, like slavery, is unethical. It's illegal under international law where I'm from.
Ignoring your irritating sense of moral superiority. This is interesting. I'm curious, how do people escape poverty where you're from?
They don't. It's customary to take out a loan to buy a house, and in some places to pay for an education.
I see. And how long might it take such a person to repay their debt?
It depends. Typically decades, sometimes their entire life.
I fail to see how your system of loans is significantly different to a debt bondsman signing over his labor for 30 years.
It's not the same thing.
Supposing you're right, then my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want?
Right, did you know it? No, of course not, never mind.
Now tell me, what other sins do you believe I have overlooked?
That's no wonder people say the gods are cruel. This just shows how unreliable and subjective your moral code is. You know better. Okay, that's what we'll end on. We gotta prove to him how bad everything else is at the minute. I don't want to say suicide necessarily, but if it helps prove the point. Let's do price gouging for life-saving medicine.
The merchant. How is that inconsistent with the rule I've outlined?
He wouldn't want someone else to demand an outrageous price for the medicine he needed.
I disagree.
If he was dying.
Having watched this merchant, that is precisely what he would expect from others, and he would be quite capable of paying the price anyway.
You can't know what he would expect, just speculate.
Applying this rule always requires speculation to some degree. It requires us to ask what another person would want if they found themselves in another situation.
Doesn't that make it inherently subjective and unreliable?
Not if we're wise enough to know the mind of man.
And you think you know the minds of other people?
Supposing you're right, then my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want?
No, of course not.
Now tell me, what other sins
just gonna go over them.
I have overlooked?
Just gonna make you look the fool. Experiments on the golden statues.
The midwife in the palace, yes. How is that inconsistent with the rule?
She wouldn't want to be experimented upon if she was gilded.
The rule is do unto others, meaning other people. Those statues are something else now. Bloodless shadows, mere shapes of their former selves. They are forsaken. What happens to them is no concern of mine.
That seems like an extremely literal interpretation of the rule.
Applying this rule always requires us to interpret the meaning of the words. A literal interpretation helps to minimize the ambiguities of your primitive language.
If our language is full of ambiguity, doesn't that make the rule inherently subjective and unreliable?
Supposing you're right, then my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want?
No.
Now tell me, what other sins do you believe I have overlooked?
I'll say suicide. See what his response is.
The debt bondsman. Taking one's own life is a self-directed act. It is not one that is done to others. others, however they may be affected by it. Therefore, it cannot be said that one who commits suicide has done anything unto others.
Right. I disagree with that.
Supposing you're right, then my laws...
No. Okay.
Now
yes. It's no wonder people say the gods are cruel.
Do you honestly think you could do better?
Easily. No, but at this point, nobody's grasp of right or wrong is perfect, so they can be trusted with all this power. You've become a tyrant.
I should strike you down for that.
And if you did, you'd be proving my point.
Now, did you have any other questions before your reckoning?
Still about something else.
Very well.
What else is there to talk about, even? That's all the questions I had.
Good. Then now it is time for your reckoning. Only, it seems, something is wrong. It has long been within my power to see into the hearts of mortals and weigh their deeds in life. But when I peer into you, I see only a blank slate, as if you did not exist until you appeared in this city.
He knows we're in a video game.
How is this possible? Charon, where did you find this one?
I do not remember ferrying you. How did you come here?
Oh, right. They've not brought me here yet. I'm from the future.
If that is true, then I sense the intervention of someone powerful.
How did you come to be in this time, mortal? Who brought you here?
He cannot know.
I was hoping you could tell me. Came here on my own? I was hoping you could tell me.
I do not know. My kin departed long ago, and Proserpine has slumbered for 3,000 years.
Guess that means you don't know everything that goes on here, Mr. Underworld.
Tread lightly, mortal.
I thought gods were all powerful.
It seems I will need to put your reckoning on hold for now. But answer this. Why have you come here? What is it you seek?
I'm here to kill you. I just want to get out of here. I'm here to put an end to the Golden Rule. Yeah. Golden Rule. I'm tempted to kill you, but Golden Rule.
Your hubris is amusing. So I
just
will allow
made
you
my
to make
case.
your case. But I warn you, if you anger me or waste my time with lies or wrong-headed arguments, you face death here. So, tell me, why should I put an end to the so-called Golden Rule?
Doing this for love, you should know that Proserpine doesn't love you. How can you expect us to live without sin if you can't do it yourself? Golden Rule is corrupting the city and ensuring you'll never win this wager. After I'm going to end this. Golden Rule is corrupting the city and ensuring you'll never win the wager. Well, the second one, hypocrisy.
That is a very serious accusation, mortal. What sin have I committed? What evidence do you have to support it?
Well, you've murdered a whole bunch of people. You've given terrible punishments to hundreds of people, some for minor sins and some who committed no sins at all.
Every one of those people was guilty of failing to ensure their peers lived virtuously. They failed collectively, and so they were punished collectively. The Romans understand this, as did the Greeks before.
That means you failed. If our positions were reversed, you won't want me to punish you for the sins of other people. Where I'm from, collective punishment is considered one of the most egregious crimes there is.
How unfortunate that we are not where you are from.
If our positions were reversed, you won't want me to punish you.
Ah, but I am a god, and you are a mortal. Why would you expect me to treat you as I treat my own kind? You are not a peer. You are not a respected equal. Let me ask you this. Do you treat insects as you wish to be treated? Do you care for their well-being as you would your fellow man? Do you ensure they have food and shelter and protection from predators? Do you give them rights?
No.
Of course not. Because that would be absurd. Just as it would be absurd for me to treat your kind as equals.
Ooh, this last one. Ooh, that's gonna fucking be a punch to the gut. Your kind of mind can't be so different given that you're in love with one of us. Ooh.
My love for her does not mean I am not superior, now that she is mortal.
What makes your kind superior to mine?
Where to begin? Our lifespans exceed yours by thousands of years, in which time we accumulate vast wisdom and a mastery of technology you cannot begin to imagine.
Why does wisdom and technology make you superior?
Because that is the source of our power over you.
So you think you're not obliged to treat us fairly because you're more powerful than us?
You could say that.
What was it the Roman Stoic said? Treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you.
My kin have no superiors.
Ooh, the hierarchy is a good one. But didn't you say Jupiter was your leader? There's a hierarchy within your kin.
That is true. Go on.
So are you treating humans the way you would wish Jupiter to treat you?
Make your point, mortal.
Saying if you can't follow your own rule, how can you expect humans to?
Let me ponder that for a moment.
Did want to call him a hypocrite.
If you're right, then it would follow that all this time I have been in the wrong. But no. The very thought of it grieves me. How can I accept your argument when doing so would make me a tyrant and a monster?
You're not a monster, you're a human, and you made a mistake. Yeah, you're human. Deal with it.
Wait, what? What are you saying?
Humans make mistakes, it's in our nature.
You have spoken eloquently, and yet, if what you say is true, it follows that my wager was fatally flawed from the beginning. But that would mean Jupiter, Proserpina's father, who knew more about you than anyone, proposed a wager I could never win.
Oh, War of the Gods, let's do it. He wanted you to abandon the wager so Proserpina would be free from you. Perhaps he felt threatened by you and didn't want a potential challenger in Elysium. Perhaps he left you behind because even your own kin didn't want you. Oh man, which direction do we take this? We gotta bring it back to Proserpina, right?
Perhaps. But if that was so, surely I would have sensed his deception. How could I have been so blind for so long?
Perhaps you were blinded by your love for Proserpina. It's very human.
Your words sting me, mortal. But perhaps it is what I deserve. As difficult as this is to admit, I have suspected as much for a long time now. And I cannot deny it any longer. I've been so fixated on taking my beloved to Elysium that every time one of you sinned, it wore away my hope of being with her again. In time, I began to despise your kind for making her believe that you could ever be better than you are. But my rage was not born of malice. Quite the opposite. Everything I have done, I did because I loved her. Who knew this empathy of yours, which you celebrate so much, could have such a dark underside? This has gone on too long. It is time for me to let go of this form, of her, of all of you. But know this. If I abandon the way Jern Lee for Elysium, neither she nor your kind may ever ascend.
Why can't we go to Elysium?
Because doing so would violate the rules of my sacred agreement with Jupiter, and you would receive a hostile reception. The best I can do is return you to the land of the living. I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you, be aware you will be separated from the rest.
Why?
Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment will never have taken place, and you will have created a paradox. What will become of you is difficult to predict, but that is the risk you have taken by interfering in the natural flow of time. Now, are you ready?
Yeah.
Farewell, mortal.
Bye, Felicia. We did it. We got an achievement for having a silver tongue. Oh, wow. There he is again. Oh. Whoa. Get back to the initial sound, probably just didn't watch the VOD. Ash, you missed. You missed a big. This is the second ending that we're going for now.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al.
Al what? I came in here to find you.
Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Outwitting a god. That's me. I'm Batsy.
Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after me? I guess I lost track of time, learning about the history of this place, and it is extraordinary. I'm fairly certain you and I are the first people to set foot in this city for about 2,000 years. Fortunately for us, the last person in here was a Roman man named Galerius, who inscribed an account into a tablet. Apparently, there was a community of 20-something people trapped in here, and living in fear of a curse they called the Golden Rule. They believed that if even one person sinned, an unknown god would cast them all into gold, like the 1,000 people who'd lived here before them. Then, one day, just as Galerius had finished praying for a good harvest at the shrine of Proserpina, an oracle appeared, said barely a word, and entered the temple of the mysterious god, this one here, and demanded an audience. And the doors just opened up to her. Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the oracle must have been more persuasive than Odysseus, because the next thing he knew, the ground shook, and the voice of that god rang out over the city. The many have suffered long enough. Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops after that, leaving a lot of questions unanswered. What became of him, and the other people who lived here? What happened to all the golden statues? And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had terrorized people for hundreds of years?
These Romans are crazy.
I don't know, it reads like an earnest account to me. Anyway, I think I found a way out through the aqueduct that brought water into the city. Follow me.
You crazy Romans. I'm right behind you, Al. Let's get out of here. I can only imagine that this is the best ending. Right? So another ending would be kill the god of the underworld. Okay, so we're back here, we're doing this scene again.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make...
Good idea.
You go...
And we talk with Charon again. Right? But we may get a different dialogue with Charon, because she'll be like, yo, it's been a couple thousand years since we saw each other.
You're back! But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al?
Found him, he'll be here.
Oh, what a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered?
This is a different line to the first time we did this. Right, you said I remember meeting you 2,000 years ago. Discovered the ruins of an ancient underground city.
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions.
Are you really?
You can just call me Charon, if
Yes.
you like. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do not. But I have learned that most people find comfort
Familiarity, yep, going, yep.
that you
truth,
died.
that we
My
died.
role
Yeah, of course we did.
as the servant of the god of the underworld.
Land of the Dead. How did I die?
Most ask you
We were murdered.
a wise decision. All you need to know is that you and Al died in possession of a sacred silver coin.
Lucas said the coins Al and I had were the last in existence. What does that mean for you?
It means I am now bereft of purpose. There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course.
Did we ask about this? What's so special about these coins?
Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks.
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
a long time.
Yes.
My orders were simple.
Yes. Okay. I mean,
It means there is.
Oh, we just had the exact same conversation. Okay. Can you return us to land?
I see no point in keeping you here. But
There's
I have
Al.
to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. And there was a tablet.
Sounds like quite a
Yeah,
story.
some kind of oracle.
And
on
I look
there
forward to
stuff.
hearing all about it. But you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
Yeah. Let's go home. Cooked entirely too much? Can I have some? 1 year later? We didn't get this last time. Whoa! In a museum. This belongs in a museum. Ancient Rome, Ancient Greece, Ancient Egypt, Sumer. Hello.
Hey, you made it. It's great to see you again. I read your book, and what the critics said about it. I guess they weren't ready for your theories about the underworld. Anyway, after everything you've been through, I thought you might appreciate some good news. So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research into the people mentioned in Galerius's tablet, and I found something strange. I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. I've been dying to tell you, I just really wanted you to see this for yourself. Why don't you head on down there? I'll catch up with you at the other end.
There's a lot of people. Wait a minute. Are these are all the people from the city? Gale. Nequatia.
Oh, there she is.
You guys are together.
You're finally here. Remember me?
Arius, what are you doing here?
It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Charon appeared and told us she was returning us to the world. Even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Only, for some reason, she returned us to your world instead of ours. Anyway, I know we only ever had that one conversation, and I wasn't even sure if you'd remember me, but I wanted to say thanks for freeing us from the underworld.
Wow. Yeah, I never talked to any of them.
I just chance at life.
I just left. It was the start of a new run, and I was like, bye, Gale. I didn't even tell him to do anything. Wait, that means Ulpius is dead. Fuck.
Oh, I need to do it all again.
For fuck's sake. Oh. I can't believe it. I can't believe they've punished me like this. Oh, you just rushed to the end? Well, you didn't save Ulpius. You're doing with yourself these days.
Oh, I used Charon's gift to buy a farm in Umbria. Got a villa on it too, with enough room for Dooley, of course. It's hard work, but I sleep soundly every night. I'm finally my own man, and I wouldn't change it for the world.
You're with Equitia now.
I know. I can't believe my luck either. But we're engaged and living together. We're planning to get married next spring. If you're going to be around, we'd love to see you there.
I'd love that. It's good to see you again.
Of course. There's a whole museum full of people waiting for a chance to thank you. So you better keep moving. We'll speak again soon, my friend.
Not as many as there should be, really. Oh. The lady that got poisoned, she's dead too?
You're here. It's lovely to finally meet you. Galerius told me all about you.
Good to see you too, Equitia.
So, you're the hero who somehow vanquished the last of the Roman gods. As I'm a priestess, you realize you've put me out of work. I'm just teasing. Actually, and it still feels a little sacrilegious to say this, I'm finding life after religion quite enjoyable.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
Galerius and I are engaged and expecting. We've just
Very
bought
good.
a lovely villa in the countryside with room for a large family, and Dooley too, of course. It feels like the world has just opened up for us. There's so much to learn, and so many more possibilities for our children than we ever imagined. We're just so thankful for what you did for us. For all of us.
How's Livia?
Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. She recovered nicely. In fact, she's here somewhere, if you'd like to ask her yourself.
I'll do that. It's good to see you again.
See you at the wedding, I hope.
They're actually dead all around the corner. We'll see. Speak to everyone. Dooley, he's got a speed back.
Hello, I'm Dooley.
Yes, Dooley. Hello. I remember you.
Galerius said you're very nice and a big helper. Thank you for getting us out of the bad place. I didn't like it.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
I live at Galerius and Equitia's house. They look after me now and help me remember when I forget things, like brushing my teeth.
Don't forget to brush your teeth, Dooley. Good seeing you again.
Bye-bye.
Use mouthwash. Floss, I guess. Oh, Lucretia.
You are here. It's nice to finally meet you.
What do you mean to finally meet me?
Lucy is fine. I'm making an effort to blend in, as you can see. We are all trying to keep a low profile. If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago and were suddenly brought back to life 12 months ago, they'd never leave us alone. Speaking of which, I wanted to say thank you in person. I'd say the gods smile on you, but I hear you drove the last of them off. So...
What are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm studying to get into medical school.
Good on you, Lucy.
As much as I resented the responsibility of keeping everyone in the city alive, when it ended, I realized I missed it. So I guess I'll just keep saving the world, if begrudgingly, one patient at a time.
Where's Yulia?
Oh, she didn't make it. She died from poison while you were in the Great Temple. It was very sad. She was a good woman and a friend.
Sorry
It wasn't your fault. Decius is to blame. He's here somewhere too. Not that anyone would talk to him. I'm not even sure how he got invited.
At this point, chat, do we just say, fuck all of these people here? Reload the game. Do it all again. Because there's at least 2 people
Hey,
that we're missing.
evening.
You got Horatius here. Cynthia. Oh my god. Hermit Philosopher. Oh, Diogenes is here. Georgius? Okay. It's his bath. I'm just gonna... that's gonna be a long conversation, actually.
Some soiree, innit?
What a prick. Okay. Just gonna take
Good
a look.
evening. There.
Olivia, Lion, Octavia.
What is up?
Ash is here.
Hello.
Virgil. Love the look. Ah,
Hello there.
you must be Scintilla.
Oh, I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name.
Which
You
monster?
didn't hear. My adoptive father, Sentius, locked me up in the upper cistern to stop me from escaping. After you drove Pluto off, Proserpina came and released me, and that monster got what was coming to him.
Sounds like he got what he deserved.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm living by myself on a little vineyard in Umbria. It's something Ulpius and I used to talk about doing when we got out, and I thought that's what he would have wanted. But it's been hard. I don't know what I'm doing, and it's just not the same without him. Mostly, it just reminds me he's gone. Oh,
Sorry.
it's hardly your fault.
It is.
I'll be alright.
You don't know,
In time.
Gabriella. You have no idea.
Thanks.
It's entirely my fault.
You
I
too.
could have saved him. I had the medicine for Julia. I had the means. There's so much to look at, though. And that's Al.
There you are. I hope you enjoyed that.
No.
Now, there's one more person I wanted to introduce you to. I think you know her.
Proserpina? Whisper in my ear like this, Proserpina.
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving for a long, long time.
Recognize that voice.
Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Proserpina, former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal, and now a regular mortal. I wanted to meet you in person, and thank you for freeing all these people, and me. I hate to think what would have happened to us without your intervention.
What became of Charon?
Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld. Last time we spoke,
Ooh, that's
she
interesting.
was working on a new world of some kind. She wouldn't say what it was, but I'd be surprised if you don't run into her again. I imagine we all will, one day.
Pluto?
I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him, and I rather hope it stays that way.
Time loop.
I did. I may have given up my immortality, but I still retain my gifts as the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. After witnessing Pluto punish countless poor souls over thousands of years, I knew this generation, the final wave, would not
I
survive.
said this. I said this.
So I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second chance. Rather, as many second chances as they needed to avoid his wrath.
You were whispering to me all along.
Indeed. Suffice it to say that while Pluto was controlling the eyes and ears of each golden statue, I was able to control their tongues and whisper to you when he was distracted. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. There were only ever brief windows in which I could speak to you without being detected.
You did what you could, thanks. Nice meeting you.
And you. Although it feels like I've known you forever. Oh, and one last thing. Do you remember all those golden statues scattered throughout the city?
Oh, you mean the ones that were skinned?
Good. Because they remember you. Well done, my friend.
Oh, shit.
Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld and returned, none came close to achieving what you did. Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas would be proud.
Oh, that is the canon ending. Reach ending 4 of 4. Okay, so that's the best ending. But it's not the best of the best ending, because 2 people died. We even freed all the gold statues, yeah. Isn't that sweet? Isn't that sweet? We enjoyed the Forgotten City. I loved it. It was great. If you'd like to be the first to know, announce our next project. I do wonder what you're doing. However, I've got bigger things to deal with. I could have had the best ending ever if I'd just given Gale a job to do. But I told him to fuck off. Shit. If I reload to, like, this one... do this one. Oh... Also, we could also try to kill Hades. Kill Pluto. That's something we could do. That's going to be another ending. Violence. Certainly be satisfying. Alright. Salve. Batsy. Do these things. Alright, he's off. There's still like a bunch of stuff that I could do. But you know what? I'm gonna shake it up. We've got the canon ending. Let's kill Pluto. How am I possibly going to kill Pluto if I can't climb a ladder? Oh, Lord. Oh, they're not even here right now. Look, 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 look. In we go. Unlock. Oh. Screen shake. Alright, so now it's maybe quick saving? No? Pluto? Hades. Osiris. Yeah, I can't believe. This threw me so much. I'm gonna need to go back and see my reaction again, because that was nuts.
And here...
What's up, dude? Your god? I don't know when I'm going to be able to draw my bow. Remember on your left. Serpent. Yep. Gaze lingers. It's Charon. Okay, so I wasn't there. Where is this place? Wager? Yeah. You're just a god. You do actually talk a lot, don't you? Bloody hell. We were here for a while. Who built this city? How did you decide who comes here? How do humans learn about the underworld? Where do we get to draw our bow?
Of course.
That is responsible. What do you consider a sin? I've always lived my life that way.
We both know that is not true.
Well,
and you would be deluded to believe otherwise.
Never mind. Why turn people to gold? Destroying lives. Golden bows. Sin. Usurper. No reason. Seen some terrible things.
You plant
experiments on the gold statues. Literal interpretation. Ambiguity. I'm right, and you know it.
Then your desire to be right outweighs your desire to survive. You will make a fine statue.
Interesting ending. Hold on. Enough talk. I'm going to end this.
Do you really think you can wound me, a god, with that primitive weapon?
You may be mortal, but your beloved isn't. Let's find out, shall we?
Pathetic. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Oh my god. Wait, I didn't grab anything though.
You will suffer eternal torment for this.
That's just her head. Uh-oh. Did I... Where did the crown go? Where did the crown go? She said, strike the thing, take my crown, right? I went to take the crown and it wasn't there anymore. Her head did go flying though. She fell to pieces. I don't know what that means. I wonder if Charon would have been immune as well. Fell into the abyss? It did? I didn't track it. It very well could have though. I have no idea what happened there. Oh. It's about something
As you wish.
Responsible for the golden rule. Consider a sin.
Nope, this should...
Golden bows. How did we get here? Price gouging. Medicine. Fair enough. Suicide. Literal. Language. I write in
In
your
your desire to... You will...
Bow. Yes. Fantastic. Maybe you're mortal, but your beloved
How
isn't.
dare you threaten her? This ends now. Suffer. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
I got it. I got the crown. What does this do for me? Crown worn by Proserpina. What does this do for me? Rewind time and show Pluto you have Proserpina's crown. Trying to get past. We get past them. Okay. Why would I show him her crown, though?
As
Something
you
else.
wish.
Golden
That
rule.
is me.
Actually, you know what? I'm done with questions.
Good. Only it is long when I... Charon.
Maybe you're getting forgetful in your old age.
You would have us believe that my servant merely forgot bringing you here.
Yes.
That sounds improbable to me. Charon, does this mortal speak the truth? Or should I strike her down where she stands?
Perhaps. The waters of the River Lathe are known to have that effect.
I will take you at your word. But as long as your past remains shrouded in mystery, it seems I must put your reckoning on hold. but answer this. Why have you come here?
I'm here to kill you. Here's my crown. You may be a mortal, but your beloved isn't. Okay.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Got it. Get past them before they block. Good. See you later, alligator. Ah, shit, there's a ton of them. It's fine. We're okay. This is going to be an interesting ending. Press Y to check your question on inventory. Thank you, game. Thank you for the hint. Oh, shit. Zipline time. And again. No. I missed it. Parkour. Yay. Oh yeah. Okay. Ooh, that was a rough one. Yeah, you should do these things. Okay, so we have the crown. But what does showing the crown to Pluto get us? It proves that Proserpina, however you pronounce her name, has been helping us all along. Right? So... yeah. I mean, it already seems like there's some time paradox bullshit, because the source of the power of the portal died when we broke the glass casing. But it still opened anyway. Hi, Mel. How was the pier? Hopefully you managed to make it there. Wait a minute, I didn't actually put the things in, did I? Bunch of new stones? Nice. I'm glad. Well, spoilers for the end of this game, Mel. I don't know if you want to watch this in order or not, but it's about to get funky. As we've finished this game twice now, we're about to finish it a third time for a different ending.
And here
Dinner in a veggie restaurant, lovely.
Allow me to introduce myself. No, but the
Yes.
I've been watching you, and what? But there will be time for your first, as a reward for undoing.
See this? It's Proserpina's crown.
I would recognize that anywhere, and yet my beloved still wears hers. What is this? How did you come by it?
Took it from her after I killed her in another timeline.
You vile, despicable creature. Why would you do such a thing? And worse still, boast about it.
Ooh. I could do this all day. In the Golden Rule or I will. I didn't want to kill her, but if you don't put an end to the Golden Rule, I will do it again.
You have put me in an impossible position. If I refuse, you will murder her. And yet, if I agree, I will lose my wager and return to Elysium humiliated and alone.
Well, what's it gonna be?
I do not see that I have a choice in this. Your treachery and savagery have opened my eyes like nothing I have witnessed in 3,000 years. And now you have shown me your species' true colors. And I see that Proserpina was a fool to have ever believed in you at all. This has gone on too long. It is time for me to let go.
Psycho. Got an achievement called Psycho.
Of all of you. But know this. If I abandon the wager and leave for Elysium, neither she nor your kind may ever ascend.
We just want to return to the world.
Very well. I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you, be aware you will be separated from the rest.
Don't make me kill her again.
Enough, foul creature. This is not something I've decided. You see, once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment, what will become of you is difficult to predict. But that is the risk you have taken by interfering in the match. Now,
ready.
You had best pray our paths never cross again, mortal.
I love that. I love that you can intimidate Hades into doing what you want. And there's Alworth again. Yo, Al.
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was...
Well, to find you. I was hoping you know
who you are. Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after me? I'm fairly certain you and I are the first people to set foot in this city. Fortunately for us, the last person in here was a Roman man named Galerius, who inscribed an account into it. Apparently, there was a community of 20-something people trapped. They believed that if even one person sinned, then, one day, just as Galerius had finished praying, an oracle appeared and told saving the life of a foiling an assassination attempt. And so on. Meanwhile, the oracle walked up to the temple of the mysterious god, this one right here, and demanded an audience. And the doors just opened up to her. Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the oracle must have been more persuasive than Odysseus. Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of... What became of him and the other people who lived here? And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had...
These Romans are crazy. That was me.
What? Oh, I see. For a moment there, I thought you were serious. Anyway, I think I found a way out through the aqueduct that brought water into the city. Follow me.
Right behind you. There's one more ending. This has got to be like ending number 3, right? There's one more ending hidden somewhere.
Take a deep breath, drink water.
Oh, thank you, Mel. Only had a few drops of water left. But I've been streaming for, again, nearly 5 hours.
I'm going to pause here.
Yes, Al. I know you're going to pause. And this conversation with Charon might go differently because we intimidated our way through everything, but who knows.
You're back.
Al
What?
found him. Discover the ruins of an ancient underground city.
Sounds amazing. And did you... Oh, look. Here he comes.
Huh, kind of skipped that whole conversation.
It's so good to see you.
Kind of lost track of time in there. You wouldn't... And there was a tablet.
Sounds like quite a... You two look exhausted.
Sounds good to me.
And you?
Wow, we skipped all of the Charon stuff that time. Bit of a shame Persephone dies, but oh well. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I'll have a look, see who's actually here. If she's not here, I'm not talking to any of these people.
Hey, I read your book, and
Critics
after
didn't
everything,
like it.
so
Yep,
after we
good
got back
news.
to the real world, I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. I've been dying to tell you. Why don't you head on down?
Yes. Hello, everybody.
You're finally here. Remember me?
Yeah.
It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Karen appeared and told us she was returning us to the world. Even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Anyway, I wanted to say...
It's good to see you.
Of course.
Oh, hello.
Assemble as many people as possible in the museum. That's everybody.
Hello.
Fabia.
Magnificent museum, is it
Oh,
not?
right. Fabia was killed by the assassin as well. I totally forgot about Fabia. Whoops.
Good
Hello
evening.
Hello.
Hi there.
Julia, there you are.
Hey.
Cynthia? Hold on,
hello.
actually. Where's, the one that went insane?
Good evening.
Livia,
there.
Octavia, Fabia,
Magnificent
Georgius.
museum,
Some
is it
soiree,
not?
The one
innit?
that was skinning people. Is she still here?
What is up?
Babash.
Hello.
Rufius. That's nice. Rufius and Virgil are standing together. Hopefully as friends. Oh, fuck.
Hello there.
They pulled me into this. You must be Scintilla.
I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name.
I think Navia ever shows up here. That's a shame.
You didn't hear? My adoptive father, Sentius, after you drove Pluto off, Priscilla.
Well, you got what he deserved. Doing it yourself these days?
I'm living with Ulpius on a little vineyard in Umbria. It's even more wonderful than I dreamed it would be. I'm so grateful to you for making sure he's still with us. If you're ever passing through the region, I hope you'll come and visit us. You can try some of our very own wine.
I might just do that. It's nice
Thanks.
to meet you.
You too.
Why does Navia not turn up?
It's nice to finally put a face to the name. I'm Ulpius.
Good to see you.
I understand I have you to thank for sending Galerius to save my life. The way you just showed up out of the blue and stopped me from making a terrible mistake, I'll be forever in your debt.
Okay, I think this is going to be my last run through of this. I'm not going to go and search for a tiny little one, but we've saved everybody's lives. We might not have all of the golden statues at the very end, but we've been streaming for nearly 5 hours. Again, 3 streams in a row, Forgotten City has run over 5 hours. What are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm living with Gabriella in Umbria. We finally bought the little vineyard we always dreamed of. It'll be a little while before we know what we're doing, but every day I look at her and this extraordinary
You don't
new
mind
world
that I'm here for
with
5
all its
hours?
beauty, and I think, what if I'd given up hope and missed out on all of this? So we're living each day to the fullest. And we end them all the same way, sitting together on our terrace with a glass of our wine, which the locals say is almost drinkable now, and watching the sunset over the rolling hillside. And I couldn't be happier.
Good on you. Glad you're happy.
Thank you. I wouldn't be here without you.
It's good to see you.
You too.
Okay. Can we hear people in the crowd? We can. Yes. Who's this? Okay. Let's...
Evening.
I can't believe Navia's not here. Like, sure, she's like the antagonist,
Good
sort
evening.
of, in a sense, but it's not her fault. She goes insane. Who did we
Hello.
talk to before? We talked to all 3 of you.
Hey.
Evening.
Horatius is in the military, of course.
Hi there, I'm Horatius.
Hi,
I
Horatius.
understand we have you to thank for giving us a second chance at life, and reuniting Scintilla with us as well. So, thank you.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm living up north and studying in the military academy in Modena. I'm going to be an officer one day. The world's changed a lot, but some things stay the same. Would you believe we're still studying military tactics from my time? Alexander the Great, Caesar, Hannibal Barca. Still, I have to keep challenging myself to let go of old ways of thinking and embrace the new. As Seneca wrote, the ones who pioneered our paths aren't our masters, but our guides.
So you never got to see your girl again.
Ah, you remembered that. Thank you. I grieved for a time, but that's done. In the words of Epictetus, as those who rode behind triumphant generals remind them they are mortal, remind yourself your precious one isn't one of your possessions, but something given for now, not forever.
I'm glad you're coping.
Thanks. Oh, and I don't know if you've heard, but a few of us are going for drinks later. It'd be nice to, chat with you some more.
He dropped his T on the later. He said later. Didn't realize ancient Romans did that. Sounds good, I'll be there.
Great.
Whatever happened to your buddy, Demetrius? Oh, yes. Demetrius isn't here.
He's not my... Oh, I see what you did there. Good one. He had more trouble adapting than most. He got himself disqualified from the UFC, so he started some kind of underground blood sport tournament, like we had in Rome. Suppose it appealed to people's baser instincts. And they say he made some good coin, killing a bunch of men like that. But his luck finally ran out, and his life along with it. You know what they say. Live by the sword, die by the sword.
That's a shame.
Perhaps.
It's good to see you again,
See you at
Horatius.
drinks later, I hope.
Or a donut. Midnight snack. Sentia looking gorgeous.
I take it you're the Oracle. Thanks for coming.
Good to see you again, Sentia.
Actually, I changed my name to Cynthia. I didn't want to be associated with Sentius after what happened. I'm not sure if you heard, but after you drove Pluto off, Proserpina emerged from the Great Temple. She knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. He'd been keeping my little sister locked up in the upper cistern all that time. But he's been dealt with. He's... you know what? The important thing is, we'll never see him again.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
Anything I want. I'm a woman of means in a vast new world. I can go wherever and do whatever I please. Of course, I mostly just stay in my villa and have my servant Alexa summon things for me, because it's just awful out there. Barbarians everywhere.
Tell me about it. What happened to Sentius?
He's still there, all alone. The last golden statue in the underworld. Trapped in a metal shell, slowly losing his mind until the end of time. Eternal torment. Just what he deserves, if you ask me.
Good. It's good to see you again, Cynthia.
You too. See you around.
Women, it's the 21st century. You can't be calling people barbarians. Ow. We're all a little barbarian-like.
Hi there.
Every now and then. Penis.
Hello.
Yulia?
You're the Oracle, right?
Batsy is
of
fine.
course, sorry. And I never got a chance to thank you for telling Galerius how to save my life. And of course, getting me and all of us out of a terrible situation.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
Oh, I barely recognize myself. I'm living in a house share in London with my wonderful girlfriend. And I'm studying English at university. Eventually, I want to travel the world and write about it. Turns out, It's about 30 times bigger than the Roman Empire ever was. Did you know there are entire continents Rome never knew existed? And you can travel almost anywhere in an aircraft, which is rather like flying on a Pegasus, but much more comfortable. Oh, sorry, you already know all that, of course. I'm just so excited. There's so much to see and learn and write about.
I'm glad that she's happy, but the moment she said that she's in a house share or a flat share in London, I'm like, fuck now. This lady just got thrown straight into the deep end of like a financial crisis. It's like, oh, we can't afford anything. How lovely. Seeing the world through a fresh eye sounds wonderful.
I have noticed people from your time have no idea how fortunate they are. I hope to change that. One day.
Whatever happened to Malleolus and Claudia?
Last I heard, Malleolus kept insisting he was the last rightful ruler of the Roman Empire, and wound up being committed to a psychiatric hospital. As for Claudia, she was always so viciously unhappy. Someone said she'd blown all her money on wine, trying to drink herself back to the underworld. After the horrific way they treated Ulpius and me, I can't help feeling a sense of... what's that German word? Schadenfreude?
Oh, careful. Sounds like a barbaric word to me. I think you're allowed to feel that way.
Thank you. You're very kind.
I'm the best. Whatever happened to Aurelia?
Ugh. Someone told me she was boasting about getting her claws into some rich prince, and how she was going to be living the high life from now on. Even in your time, life still isn't fair. Apparently he'd proposed before they'd even met. And last I heard, she'd bought herself a first-class one-way ticket to join him in some exotic place called... what was it? Nigeria? Some people have all the luck.
She got scammed. Who was Aurelia? I don't remember Aurelia. The bartender. Nice. Yes, you're right. There's actually quite a few people that are missing, aren't there? Aurelia, Malleolus, his bodyguard, Malleolus' wife, Claudia, and Navia. As the Oracle, I foresee terrible disappointment in her future.
Really? Huh. I feel better already. Thank you.
Bye,
You
Yulia.
too. If you're ever in London, let me know. We can go to bars and drink wine and listen to the stories of the 9 million people who live there.
I know what I'm doing this weekend. Yulia and I are hitting the pub. Take you up on that.
I hope so.
Lucretia, we did talk to you already, but now that
You are
Yulia's
here.
here, maybe
It's
there's
nice
a
to
different kind
finally
of
meet you.
response. Hey,
Lucy
Lucretia,
is fine.
Lucy.
If the world knew it. Speaking of which, I wanted to say thank you in person. I'd say the gods smile on you, but I hear you drove the last of them off. So...
What are you doing stuff these
I'm
days?
studying to get into medical
school.
when it
Lovely.
ended.
She still enjoys it. Good
You
to see
too.
you. Alright, yeah, that was the same. That's fine. This is going to be a long conversation, I'm sure. I
I
love
take
the bow
it you're
tie.
the oracle everybody's talking about. It's a pleasure to finally meet you.
We've met before, though. I wouldn't expect you to remember
We
it.
have. I'm sorry, I don't remember. In any case, I'm Philip. I never thought I'd leave that cave, let alone the city. And now I'm living in the 21st century. What a time to be alive. And it seems I have your catabasis to thank for it.
I don't know what a catabasis is. What are you doing yourself these days?
I'm working as a consultant to the Faculty of Classics at Cambridge University, helping fill the odd gap in their knowledge. Not that I need the money, but I do love being around enlightened minds again.
Turns out Navia is here, down in the statue crowd, standing with Galatea. A dev confirmed it when someone got a screenshot and asked. That's so sweet. It's a little fucked up. But it's nice they included them in the game. But How many people in that crowd did Navia operate on? And do they remember it? Interesting. It's good seeing you again.
My sincere thanks once again.
That wasn't as long as I thought it'd be.
Hello.
Georgius, Fabio.
Magnificent museum, is it not?
It's wonderful.
Greetings. You must be the legendary Oracle. It is a sincere privilege to finally make your acquaintance. I am Georgius.
Good to see you too, Georgius.
I am told we have you to thank for freeing us from Hades, and for that, I am most grateful.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
I am reacquainting myself with Greece. It has changed so much over the last 2,000 years, I barely recognize it. This is at once heartbreaking and thrilling. Perhaps one day, once I have seen all of this new Greece and some of the delights, I will settle down.
I don't have any water, but I will hydrate in a second. I will stretch though.
I hope you will join me there and regale me with the story of how you faced off against the fearsome god of the underworld and won.
Oh, thank you, Leuven. I appreciate it. You're looking after me. Consider me there. Good to see
You too, my friend.
We are just finishing this game, Leuven.
You're
For the
one
third
we've
and
been
final
waiting
time.
for. I'm Fabia.
Hello, Fabia.
I wanted to say thanks for sending Galerius to save my life.
It's time. Have a good night, everyone.
I don't know how
Have a
you
great
knew,
dinner, Mel. Have
but I
a good
would have been
evening.
crushed by
Look
that
after
shrine
yourself,
for
okay?
sure.
Been streaming for 5 hours. Good job. I know it's this game. For whatever reason, I could not put it down for anything less than 5 hours. But I've managed to finish it in 3 streams because of that. You're welcome.
I'm just so happy to be here.
Was it good? Loved
with
it.
you.
Really good.
Everyone together again.
Do
Even
recommend.
if it's just for one more night.
What are you doing yourself these days?
Well, it's not like I have to work with all the silver Charon gave me, so I just do what makes me happy.
Good on you.
Mostly that means baking for my friends and looking at memes while binging TV shows in yoga pants. What a time to be alive.
You're telling me, Fabia. Sounds like a life well spent.
Oh, it really is. You too.
She's so relatable. She's only been in this era
Magnificent
for
museum, is
12
it not?
months.
Some soiree, innit?
You prick.
Ah, hello at last. You must be the Oracle I've heard so much about. I'm Dacius.
Hi, Dacius.
And listen, I wanted to express my sincere appreciation for what you did. If it wasn't for you, I'd never been able to sell all those useless old relics I accumulated. Whatever you did in that temple made me a very wealthy man. Thank you.
No need to thank me, it was entirely unintended.
Such acerbic wit. I love it.
What are you doing with yourself?
I took the money I made from selling my trinkets and started investing in the stock market. That's where the real money is now. In fact, I was hoping to ask your advice, you being the Oracle and future seer and all that, on which stocks I should invest in next. I can't decide
Blockbuster.
between fossil fuels, tobacco, gambling and arms. What would you recommend?
I wouldn't help you even if I could.
Oh, don't be like that. You can tell your old pal Dacius. I won't take no for an answer.
He'd be a fucking crypto boy for sure. Oh, it's there! DVD rentals have a bright future! Brilliant. Brilliant of this game. Broadcast television is going to be the next big thing. Print media is going to make a huge comeback. We have to lead him down blockbuster roads, right? We have to.
Oh, of course, yeah. I was just thinking the same thing. I'll go home and buy up as much stock as I can tonight. I'm going to make a bloody fortune.
I'll be going now.
Of course, don't let me keep you. Thanks again for the tips, my friend.
I love that.
Good
We
evening.
just ruined his
Hello
life.
there.
Hello, Octavia.
Oh, hello. It's lovely to meet you. I've heard so much about you.
Nice to see you too, Octavia.
I'm thankful that you're here. I was sure the person who drove off the last pagan god would have more important things to do than visit the likes of us. But
Pagan?
thank you for coming and for saving our lives. What you did was extraordinary, and I'll never forget it.
That's interesting. I guess Octavia is still Christian after what she's experienced. You think that might rock your faith a little bit? Or make it stronger? I don't know. Let's ask her.
I'm living in Rome again, in a charming little flat by the Tiber. Not far from my old place. Oh, and I'm training to be a crisis counselor. After you sent Galerius to persuade Ulpius not to take his own life, I was inspired. I just want to spend the rest of my life helping people, like you helped him.
Sounds like a noble cause. Good on you.
Thank you. That means a lot.
Bye.
And you.
Next.
Greetings.
Livia, you cut your hair.
Thank you for your kind words and for liberating us all. In all the time I was in the underworld, I never once imagined that I might end up in a place so much like Elysium.
So you knew about Elysium. What are you doing with yourself?
I'm recovering. Octavia was kind enough to let me stay with her for a while, at least until I'm well enough to be independent again.
Holmes?
Ah, you remember that. I'm a little tired of Ovid, but that's all right. I have 2,000 years worth of poetry to catch up on now. I'm already up to the 19th century, and am quite enjoying the work of a fellow named Poe. I think I may have found a kindred spirit. Men have called me mad, but the question is not yet settled whether madness is or is not the loftiest intelligence.
Perhaps you're right. It's good to see you.
And you. Farewell, friend.
Not many left. I feel like there should be someone here.
What is
Ash, I really dig your jacket.
It is an honor to finally meet you, Oracle.
Thanks, Kabash.
You know my name? Oh, of course. You are an Oracle. You know many things. I too would like to offer my thanks for releasing us from that place, and for your role in bringing us here. This world is truly wondrous.
What are you doing with yourself?
For a time, I returned to Alexandria, but they have no need of another fisherman, and I came to see there is nothing for me there. Instead, I have decided to follow the custom of your youths and backpack the world. It is a great adventure, and I have met many people from many cultures. I spent the first 25 years of my life avoiding the 42 sins that would deny me access to the afterlife. Now, I think it is time I had some fun.
Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you, Oracle.
Okay. Talk to you
Evening.
two.
Hi.
So it's just Rufius and Virgil. Do we think Rufius was hiding his own homosexual tendencies?
Nice to meet you.
I think maybe he was. Good to see you, Rufius.
I go by Rufus now. New start, new name. Oh, and thanks, by the way, for what you did. Sorry, I'm no good with the mushy stuff.
What are you doing with yourself?
I live with Virgil in Rotterdam, not far from where he grew up. It's very modern. Destroyed in the war, and it rebuilt itself. Good place for a fresh start. Haven't decided what I'm going to do with my life yet. One adjustment at a time.
Turns out you're right.
Huh. Good to know. Anyway, it was good practice for the new world. Security cameras and smartphones everywhere. Got to stay vigilant.
That's a good point. Unfortunately true, I guess. I'm in two minds about it. You'll get used to it. See ya.
You too. look us up next time you're in the Netherlands. We're grateful.
Alright, Virgil. You two an item now.
It's so nice to finally meet you. I've heard so much about you. I wanted to thank you personally for getting us out of there. And for helping Rufus come to terms with himself. He may come off a little gruff, but once you get past that, he's a lovely fellow.
What are you doing with yourself?
I'm studying to be an architect again, and living with Rufus in our beautiful flat in Rotterdam. Just down the river from Nijmegen, where I grew up. Of course, it's improved immensely since I was there last. Gleaming futuristic buildings and clean streets full of educated, accepting people. You natives of the 21st century have no idea how fortunate you are.
It's good to see you.
You too. As Rufus said in his own laconic way, if you're ever in the Netherlands, we'd love to show you around. It's the least we could do.
I would actually love to hang out with these two, especially Virgil. He seems like such a cool dude. Such a nice fella. Rufus kind of juxtaposes Virgil's like upbeat happiness. I love Grumpy Rufus too.
There you are. I hope you enjoyed that. Now, there's one more
Right.
person I wanted to introduce you to.
Eyes open, everyone.
I think you know her.
We are... Oh yeah, she's still around.
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a
We're
little
looking
joke
out
I've
for
been saving
Navia,
for a long,
if we can see
long
her.
time.
Wait, who are you?
I am Proserpina, former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal, and now a regular mortal. I wanted to meet you in person, and thank you for freeing all these people, and me. I hate to think what would have happened to us without your intervention.
Yeah, we asked about all this. Although, let's ask about Pluto.
I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him. Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld. She wouldn't say what it was. And you. Although it feels like I've known you forever. Oh, and one last thing. Do you remember all those golden statues scattered throughout the city? Good. Because they remember you. Well done, my friend.
Aye.
Of all the heroes who
Where
ever
is she?
journeyed to the underworld in your town, none came close to achieving what you did. Hercules,
Envy, eh?
Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas would be proud.
I couldn't recognize her. Oh, that was ending 4-4. Interesting. So we... I thought that would have been like ending 3. We got ending 2 where we escaped with Scintilla and it was just us two. And then ending 4, actually you can do in 2 ways. By using logic to make Hades or Pluto see that he's a hypocrite, or violence to intimidate him into running away. I'm missing 2 endings still. Either way, that's still the best ending that we're gonna get. Maybe there's an ending where you actually win the bet for Pluto. That's a pretty big ending, because that means you need to live a year without sin, right? Crazy. I guess we're going to be playing this game every day for the next year, everyone. That's not happening. But what a wonderful time. Thank you for joining me on this journey. I'm going to need to figure out what to stream next. I'm okay with that. Are you sure? Provided we don't go into the Egyptian sections, I suppose. I need more games like this. This was such a good time. Yes, nothing scary. Well, let's see if there's anyone that's actually still streaming. Have you tried Outer Wilds? I have. Outer Wilds is perhaps my favorite game ever. So coming into this and knowing very little about it, it's brought that same joy that playing Outer Wilds had for me. So yeah, that's just really swell. But I don't know how many more games there are out there like these, which is a shame. I'll find something. I've got lots of games that I still am looking to play, even if it's not as... even if it's not the same or similar experience as this. I'm thinking of Return of the Obra Dinn, though I don't own that one yet. It's been on my radar for a long time. Among others. What else? Actually, let me just look up. Oh yes, the detective series. Detective Grimoire and Tangle Tower. I'd like to do those as well. Thank you for stream. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. Let's go raid out to... very fun playthrough to watch. I'm glad I could provide. Oh, let's go to... I recommend that game. Is hella fun. Assume you mean Obra Dinn. Yeah, it's been recommended to me before. Let's go to Tentacle and Mistress. Playing one show done. Tangle Tower? Yes. Although I want to do the first of the two initially, which is Detective Grimoire. Because we actually had the voice actor for Detective Grimoire come and say hello. I believe they still follow us, actually. And we follow each other on Twitter as well. So I could be like, hey bud, we're playing your games. Want to come hang out with us whilst we play the game that you are the main voice actor for? And that could just be a good time. Anywho, let's go say hi to Tentacle and Mistress. I'm going to go to bed. We've been streaming for so long again. Next stream will be on Monday, I imagine. I'm busy this Sunday. Busy tomorrow. I'm busy Saturday. Yeah, it's going to have to be Monday. Alright, have a wonderful night, everybody. Time for me to watch the VOD. You won't regret it. It's going to be a good time. I'll catch you later on. See you next time.